Recording and ready to go.
Okay, Cynthia, if you would go ahead and call to order.
Sure. Town of Nederland Planning Commission meeting is called to January 27th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m.
Okay, very good, thank you. Could you take the roll call?
Sure. Roll call. Vice Chair Williams,
Here?
Blakemore,
Here.
Commissioner Giblin,
Here.
Commissioner Glasser,
Here.
Commissioner Herring,
Here.
Perret.
Here.
Awesome, I did hear that. And Commissioner Reese.
Present.
And then, as I noted earlier, Trustee Taylor will join us after the two action items, and Roger Cornell is not in attendance with an excused absence tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Speaking of Roger, actually, he just called me. He just FaceTimed me, so he wanted everyone to know that he is doing fairly well. Of course, as you know, he had his heart surgery last week. He's still in ICU. He's recovering, feeling pretty good. He's had an issue where they've had to install a pacemaker, which they did the end of last week, and that's working well. And he's hopes that maybe in the next few days that he will be discharged. So he continues to rest, and he wanted to thank everyone for their prayers and thoughts. And as I said, he is doing quite well considering the severity of his surgery. So anyway, with that, I will pass on your regards to him. I think we'll be able to muddle on somehow tonight without him. So I assured him of that. So let's proceed. We have a very busy agenda this evening. Thanks to town staff for putting together a very comprehensive, but obviously very long packet. I hope everyone had a chance to read it through, and we'll just go ahead and get started. So let's go ahead with the approval of the minutes. Does anyone, any of the commission members, have any comments regarding the minutes from the December meeting? Okay, having not heard any. I have just one, Cynthia, for you. Under the discussion items, I guess it's under G, which is, let me see what page that is. That's on page 10 of the packet. The fourth paragraph down, it says Trustee Taylor said from, just remove one of those froms.
I gotcha. Thanks. I will note that I took that note down, so we'll just make that little change. I suppose technically this constitutes a approval with amendment. Thanks, Steve.
Well, yeah, it's just a typo. But anyway, so let's go ahead and see if we can get approval of the minutes. Cynthia, if you go ahead and request that.
Sure. Do we have a second motion? Okay, so we have awesome. That is Jim Reese and Linda Glasser. Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. And then we will take a roll call vote and just run down the list backward from the alphabet so we can make it up. So we will go back. We'll Vice Chair Williams.
Yes.
To Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Perret.
Yes.
Commissioner Herring.
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser.
Yes.
Commissioner Giblin.
Yes.
and Commissioner Blakemore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next item, do we have anybody on this call from the public that would wish to speak on anything that's not on tonight's agenda? Please indicate so, and if so, we will allow you 3 minutes to speak. Okay, I'm assuming everyone is here for the agenda item, so we will proceed.
Steve, let me just remind call-in users, we have 2 of them that are muted, that if you are a call-in user, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I guess everyone is here just for the agenda item, so. All right, well, let's go to the first one. This is the continued public hearing and special review use application related to paid parking at multiple locations between East First Street to Highway 119 and to Snyder Street for Ron Mitchell, the representative for Nederland Central Business District. Now, Ron, are you here, Ron?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just a point of clarification. Since this is a remote meeting, are you okay with the hearing procedure to as opposed to meeting in person?
Yes, I am.
You're okay. All right. So with that, I guess let's see, Miranda, you are going to introduce the action item.
Yes, I am.
Thank
So
you.
tonight, with the continuation of the paid parking SRU application, we're going to do this a little bit different than normal. As you all have seen in the packet, there's quite a few components to this application. So the plan is I will do a brief introduction, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mitchell to give his overview of his project. And then we're going to spend kind of the remainder of the time diving into some of the areas of the January 13th meeting notes and specifically highlighting some of the specific questions we have for the Planning Commission. So as it was just explained, so before us we have Ron Mitchell, who is the applicant. He is proposing to have either parking kiosks and or parking meters in multiple locations between East First Street to Highway 119 and to Snyder Street. The zoning for the property is Central Business District, and the proposed use is for commercial use group specific to other outdoor commercial activities or establishments. So before I kind of go into those meeting notes, Ron, I'm going to turn it over to you and any of your associates to give an overview of your application.
Thank you very much, Miranda. What I would like to do is introduce you to Peter Swift, and Peter can address a few of the things. This application has been under consideration for almost 2 years now by myself and the team that I'm working with. And we hope to solve some problems with it. And I think that we can just proceed because most everyone's read the packet and the information in it. So I don't want to delay because there's such a full agenda. So Peter, if you would go ahead and address the items that you have, then we'll go back to Miranda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you all hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Do you have video?
We do.
Because I'm sharing my screen, Peter, I can't confirm that. And maybe
okay.
because a lot of people may not be able to see it because I am sharing screen.
We can see you.
Oh, okay. Well, I may begin here. I know this is a lengthy item, and I'll try to be brief. But before I get into it, I need to present my qualifications as an expert since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, if that's okay with you guys.
Thank you, yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm a registered professional engineer in Colorado since the 1980s and practice both civil and traffic engineering. There have been no complaints to the state board concerning my practice. I've been accepted by the Ninth District Colorado Court of Appeals as an expert on transportation and traffic engineering, taught and lectured at the University of Colorado, both Boulder and Denver. Published numerous articles, was a representative and partial author on the development of a design guideline called Context Sensitive Solutions in Designing Major Urban Thoroughfares for Walkable Communities, a recommended practice and design guideline from the Institute of Transportation Engineers and adopted by several state DOTs. Wrote a chapter in the Pedestrian Friendly Streets in the American Planning Association's Planning and Urban Design Standards. Awarded a fellowship at the University of Miami studying urban form in terms of sustainability, and won half a dozen awards for project design and code writing. I've worked in 35 states and 13 foreign countries in multiple projects, and would ask if the Planning Commission is willing to accept me as an expert.
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you. Miranda did a great job here, I think, of organizing this, the meetings, and putting together the PowerPoint, which is very precise and I think very fair in the way she presented it. So I would like to thank her for her work on this. Now, the other things I might do, she had several titles of things that still needed to be discussed after our discussions with the resolved issues with staff. And I'd like to go through those very, very quickly, realizing that time is of the essence here. Is that okay with you?
So, Peter, the Planning Commission hasn't seen this PowerPoint just because we worked on it up until this meeting. So what I might recommend is let me run through all these slides, and then as we get to that question slide, anything I missed, then I would recommend you and Ron jump in, if you're okay with going that route instead.
Oh yeah, that's actually great. I was actually hoping for that for a little expediency, so I appreciate it.
Okay, well then that's what we'll do. So let me kind of work our way through this PowerPoint then. So in your packet, there is this document. It's a meeting notes document from January 13th. The point of that is to outline our conversations that Ron and his team has had with town staff. So obviously at the Planning Commission meeting on December 18th, Chris Pelletier had identified some areas that needed to be worked on the parking exhibit. Ron decided at that point he would continue his hearing to tonight. So we met with Ron on January 13th and prepared that document that's in the packet. On January 22nd, Ron and his team updated the parking exhibit, and they responded back with some comments on this meeting note. And you'll see that then from there's a series of back and forth discussions that we had with Ron and his team. So I tried to color code that to the best of my ability so you can see, where when the applicant responded, additional town staff feedback, and then again, the applicant's response. So in that document itself, there are a series of items where we felt that the application was consistent with code, and therefore there was no further discussion needed. However, there are a handful of items where we feel that the application does not align with town code and have them highlighted here. And the applicant himself is also looking for feedback from the Planning Commission, which will review all the questions before you at the end of this PowerPoint. So I want to just first draw attention to the annotated parking exhibit. So Chris Pelletier had indicated 16 comments. These numbers correlate with that meeting notes document. So if it's number one on the map, it's going to go to that number one comment. So hopefully that helps as we move forward. So the first discussion was in regards to a drainage plan. There was originally conversation about concern about runoff and silts that becomes an issue for our public works team. There was discussion about a drainage plan possibly being needed per section 16-210 in the municipal code. The applicant did not feel he needed to provide a drainage plan because there were no physical changes to the site area. Pelletier was willing to come up with a compromise rather than having a full drainage plan, figuring out a way to address that runoff and silt. And the applicant at this point has agreed to do a voluntary development contribution of $10,000 that town staff could then use to address the runoff and silt issues, as well as other drainage matters. The next issue was the commercial parking fund. So near Ubon and the animal hospital, there are 7 spaces combined between the 2 sites that are on town right-of-way. The applicant is interested in paying into the commercial parking fund in order to be able to use those parking spaces. Typically, with the commercial parking fund, it's used for situations where the property owner cannot provide off-street parking, but the applicant is looking to be able to pay into that in order to keep those 7 spaces. So that is one question that we'll review at the end of this presentation. The next area of discussion was in regards to back-in parking. Initially in December, the applicant had stated that all of his parking was going to be back-in parking. At this time, the plan has been modified so that it's front-in parking at Ubon and the Animal Hospital. Commissioner Blakemore had requested information regarding why back-in parking was preferred, and the applicant provided a series of documents that are in your packet that highlight some of the safety components and why it's a preferred method. So the question before you is whether or not you feel that your questions have been answered on back-in parking or if you need more information. The next item is there's a parking space on CDOT right-of-way, which is number 6 on your annotated parking map. It's right by Nature Zone. The applicant is asking that that be removed. Chris Pelletier had noted that that parking space is actually on CDOT right-of-way, and therefore it would be CDOT to remove. However, town staff would not make that request without the directive of the Planning Commission and Board of Trustees. And town staff are also not in support of removing this parking space or any parking space that's either on town right-of-way or CDOT right-of-way. So one of the other questions before you is, do you recommend that town staff ask CDOT if they want to remove that parking space or if they will? The next issue before you is residential parking. So again, on the site map number 10 and 16, Chris Pelletier had noted that per section 16-202, there are 2 parking spaces required for each residential property. And that is a requirement because there's a change of use with this application. The applicant and his attorney do not feel that there is a change of use and therefore do not feel they need to comply with the section of code. We did have Attorney Madsen weigh in, and she had noted that, the section 1655 requires that the applicant meet all requirements of 1652 and that they be in compliance with Chapter 16. So the question before you is, do you feel that there's a desire to impose the requirements under 16-202 to enforce the need to have 2 designated residential parking spots for each of those properties? And then I just added a slide in here about parking logistics. You'll see in the meeting notes, there was a lot of confusion of how the parking would work. And so the applicant has explained to me that there will be a primary parking attendant who will be tending the lots from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., but they also live on site and are therefore available 24/7 to address issues. There's also a secondary attendant who will be there if and when he or she is needed. There's also a lot of questions about throughout the parking exhibit. There are spots where vehicles are boxed in. And so in those situations, there will be signage up that indicates that the owners of those vehicles need to leave their car keys behind with the parking attendant so that their vehicle can be moved if and when needed. They would basically call the parking attendant or press a button on a kiosk to get the attendant's attention to come get the keys. The plan is if there was a vehicle there that was just having issues and couldn't start, that the applicant would be focused on helping them get it started. But if need be, the vehicles would be towed and he would make an arrangement with a towing company so that that could happen relatively quickly. So the other kind of last piece before the Planning Commission is the applicant is looking to, if there was ever changes to the site or there were needs to amend the SRU agreement or the plan, that occurs at an administrative level rather than a formal hearing with the Planning Commission or Board of Trustees. So that is a question also before you, if you approve such changes in the future, if approved, to happen at an administrative level. And I just wanted to clarify that in your packet is an updated parking exhibit that shows amendments based on our meeting notes discussion. So Peter and Ron, I'm going to turn it over to you in case I missed anything or you want to highlight any specific points before I turn it back over to Steve.
I have nothing.
Okay, this is go ahead, Ron.
Oh, I have nothing further to add. I think that's quite clear, Miranda. Thank you.
Yeah, I only have one thing. In the parking exhibit on the first map is a little different than the second one, the updated parking exhibit, which I think is does show the correction for the animal hospital, indicating that there is no parking proposed within the right-of-way for that area. So we should take that out of the equation on dealing with that issue, I think.
So the question before the Planning Commission will still be to the commercial parking fund because of lot 10 before you on this updated parking exhibit. There are those lots on the northern side that are in town right of way, but to Peter's point, it is not as much of a concern then over by the animal hospital. So Peter, is there anything else?
Yeah, other than that, I think that was quite a comprehensive review, and I would be very interested in hearing from the commissioners as they discuss the items, if they have any questions that perhaps we could clarify and review with you as we move ahead on this. You know, in public hearings, a lot of the times people will then come up with additional questions or comments concerning any one of the items. And so I'd like to remain available to address anything that would come up under those circumstances if you have objections.
And I think I'll turn it over to Steve to clarify how he wants to move forward. But before we do, just for the commissioner's sake, the questions before you, there are 5 questions before you. And so I'm just going to recap these just so the people on the phone are aware. So we're asking that you respond to, does the PC recommend accepting payments into the commercial parking fund for use of the spaces, which are now just the U-Bahn spaces? Does the application and or supporting documents answer the question on why back-in parking is preferred, or do you need additional information? Does the PC want to make recommendations to the Board of Trustees to direct town in asking CDOT to remove that parking space in their right-of-way by nature zone? Does the PC desire to recommend imposing the requirements under 16202 for the parking spaces for each residential property? And then the last one is, do you approve the applicant's request to include a paragraph in the SRU agreement which would allow the applicant to request future changes to the site and or SRU through an administrative process? So those are 5 questions we're looking for all the commissioners to weigh in on, in addition to whether or not you approve the application, and if so, with or without conditions. So Steve,
Miranda, this is Karen. One thing I noticed is a question that was posed at the very beginning about the drainage plan and the $10,000 payment. I don't see that on there anymore. Is that no longer a question that the Planning Commission should consider at this time?
So I believe, and I'll ask Attorney Madsen to weigh in, Attorney Madsen had removed that question.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you.
And that's because it appeared that town staff had reached an agreement with regards to the paying of the fee. Now, that's definitely open for the Planning Commission to discuss if there's concerns about that arrangement of paying a development type fee of $10,000. Steve, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. That was very informative. So before we open this up to the public for public comment, I would just like to ask any of the commissioners if they have any questions regarding the presentation. We're going to go around after the, after we close the public comment section to get some more feedback. But if you have any questions for either Peter or to Ron at this point, before we open it up for public comment, please ask them now. Be sure to state your name before you ask the question.
Hi, this is Karen Blakemore. I have a question about the drainage, and it might be more for Chris Pelletier. I'm wondering what sort of drainage issue there would be, what kind of what the cost, what sort of changes would be made to address the drainage on the property rather than on outside of the property?
That's a good question, and to your point, Trustee Blakemore, town staff has no control over drainage on the property. And I'm sorry, there's an echo. What I would prefer, and what we had discussed with the applicant at our meeting, was a compromise, and for the applicant to make an effort on their part to manage drainage within their own property. The terms that we came to on providing funds is I'm reluctant to say acceptable. However, like I said, it doesn't really address the problems on their property. So all I can do is kind of accept whatever happens on their property and mitigate it out in the right of way. And specifically in our last meeting, I brought up the dirt lot and any changes that happen on the dirt lot, and that runoff consequently can run out onto First Street specifically, and cause a silting on the road, and which requires cleaning and so forth. And so I really wanted the applicant to address that. So instead of doing that, the applicant has decided to pay town money.
So that seems like it may be atypical for development to have the town address drainage issues on public property that originate on private.
So Commissioner Blakemore, I think one thing, and I guess kind of to go back to Karen's point, is so there's not necessarily an agreement amongst town staff and the applicant of whether or not there needs to be a requirement of meeting at section 16.210, which does require a drainage plan. It was town staff perception or feeling that they did, and the applicant does not feel that they need to comply with the drainage plan. So kind of in the compromising discussion, that's where the applicant had agreed to pay the development contribution in an effort to address that issue versus the need for a full drainage plan.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the explanation, Miranda and Chris.
This is Steve. Just a follow-up question regarding Karen's question. What if the mitigation cost exceeds $10,000? is the town then responsible for any additional cost?
Is that for me or Karen? Is that for me?
Not
Well, that's
sure.
for,
I actually think maybe we can ask our attorney, Jennifer Matson, if she wants to weigh in on this conversation.
Yes, I can definitely weigh in. This is Jennifer Madsen, and as Miranda pointed out, the applicant has voluntarily agreed to this development contribution of 10,000. So I presume that that would be capped unless Mr. Mitchell is willing to agree to a greater amount of money. We could also specify in terms of the agreement what the money will be used for, and go about it that way. But as far as I know right now, it's just capped at the $10,000.
okay. So a follow-on question I had was, so this agreement between the town and Ron Mitchell would be drafted up and part of the request or part of this agreement. Is that correct?
It could be part of the special review use agreement. I would recommend that it be included in the special use agreement. And then it could even be, we could have a separate document that really spells out how the development contribution will be used.
Okay. Karen, do you have anything else to ask Karen Blakemore?
No, that's all for now.
This
Okay.
is Jim Reese. I have a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
So first, regarding this, I think the optics of it looks pretty bad. It looks like we're making a large contribution financially to get around a requirement that the staff feels is necessary. I just got done looking at the 16-210, and it looks kind of vague. It doesn't say a drainage, plan needs to be provided, but it says drainage facility shall be provided. So I personally am uncomfortable with accepting money, and I think that leaves a precedence for somebody down the line to say, hey, well, back in 2021, you took this deal where you took $10,000 and didn't follow what was the typical plan and what the staff wanted. So some future developer could come in and you're opening a pretty big can of worms. Secondly, I saw that there's one area here where it says the staff does not support using town right-of-way for paid parking. Is there any other portions on here where the staff is not in agreement with the packet as it currently is?
So it's, Commissioner Reese, that's actually all of these slides here. So every slide we have before you is where we felt that the application and the request of the applicant was not consistent with code. And so that's why there are these 5 questions before you.
Okay. So with the drainage plan, is there anything that says, because things could change, what happens if a future, I noticed that he wanted to, the applicant wanted to have it set up so he could transfer ownership at some point and use the existing agreement. I read through that. I didn't see anything in there, but I could have missed it that said that somebody can't come in later and pave areas where there's dirt and vegetation that would then dramatically impact drainage. Is there any kind of something in there that addresses that? And what happens if somebody in the future comes in and makes a change that impacts the drainage and things that we go ahead and, if we approve this and we said we're going to allow this to go forward, but now the impacts are much greater than we anticipated?
So the applicant did not address that, and so we use the meeting notes as kind of the applicant's narrative. So I think Ron and Peter, it would be appropriate for you to respond to Commissioner Reese's question.
Okay. I think that's a really valid concern. I don't anticipate this particular parking thing going for very many years. because there is a plan in the works for redevelopment of the whole block and the triangular piece to the north of 2nd Street. So this would, in my view, be totally nullified by a new plan for a new development, which would have its own drainage plan of magnitudes far in excess of what we're talking about here, because you would have probably a need for an underground culvert to go to the proposed retention pond across the street at 100 East 1st Street. So I'm not averse to having anything that you would like about not paving that until such time that there would be a redevelopment, and this whole application would be mute at that point. Now, Peter, you have anything to say?
Yes, sir. Thank you. A couple of things. From a professional standpoint, if you were to pave the parking lot, I would be in 100% support of a drainage plan. If you were to come in with a new building that occupied a significant portion of the block, I would be in support of a new drainage plan. I don't have any problem with that at all. I think our position is that this is a historic use and it is a permeable condition. In other words, the rainfall, a percentage of it will seep into the gravel and not turn into runoff, for example. And I think part of the thing is that I provided to staff a very preliminary plan of sedimentation basins, 3 of them that would be required for the block, that would have the consequence of occupying portions of where the tent would be, sealing off access to the parking lot on 1st, and knocking out about 5 parking spaces in the northeast corner of the block, just to provide the sedimentation basins. And so there would be a significant impact to the property itself, including reducing access to the property itself. And so that was part of the argument, was not just the fact that I'm sorry. Did somebody say something? Anyway, so our position is that this is kind of a historic use for the property. It's been a graveled area for a very long time, but we want to be part of the solution for dealing with the sediment that deposits itself on 1st Street and the cleanup operations that the town performs there. And consequently, you find this proposal for a cash contribution to help the city with the maintenance costs for that without doing injury to the property.
So Peter, do we understand you correctly that some of these basins would be, you would pay for these, or would they come out of this $10,000?
Well, that would not be a town cost, I expect. What was represented is that Mr. Mitchell would have to provide these sedimentation basins on the block within the property at his own expense.
And I've rejected that because it would cost an inordinate amount of money for a minimum amount of effectiveness, considering the historic situation. And what was presented to me was the amount of sediment that runs off creates a problem for the town, and it's abrasive and it erases the parking lines, and so there's a need to steam clean or to pressure clean the street prior to painting, and that's where this $10,000, hopefully the interest on it would be enough to pay for the cleaning prior to the painting every year.
I was actually more concerned about any other mitigation efforts should this become a problem.
If it should become a problem, I guess we could reopen the hearing if you wanted to do that and find out. I can't imagine what it might be because this lot has been in use in over 20 years as it is right now. But you're right, there could be, you never know what's in the future, and there could be something. If you want to propose some procedure for that mitigation, I'm not adverse to that.
Okay, I think we should probably, maybe with Jennifer's help, pursue that. Jim, do you have any other questions?
I did have one more follow-up on that, and it's to the staff. What would be the mechanism should there be issues that arise from this plan, say in a year or 18 months, of enforcement? So who's responsible for monitoring? We're having issues related to this, and then is there, after this has been approved and the applicant says, hey, we're already full bore and the horse is out of the barn, is there any enforcement mechanism that we have to later time to come in and say, well, this is now an issue and we need to make changes, or are we just kind of out of luck?
A lot of it depends, Commissioner Reese, on the way that the agreement is written. And that, of course, we would rely heavily on our attorney, and we would work with our staff, and we would make sure that the town is protected. And as far as who is monitoring it, lots of folks. So not just town staff, but neighbors, residents, other businesses, lots of people having a look at eyes on this. So I don't think it, if there was an issue, that it would go unnoticed. But the main thing is, how is this agreement written? And nothing is set in stone right now. Any kind of conversations we've had so far with the applicant is simply an exercise in trying to understand, the challenges and how this aligns or doesn't align with code. It'll be up to the Planning Commission to make their recommendation to the Board of Trustees, working with our attorney on the best language to use in an agreement. And then, of course, it would be up to the Board of Trustees to make that final approval. So this is still very much unfolding.
And specifically, this is Cynthia. Specifically, if you take note in the SRU agreement, it lays out the specific conditions that the applicant would agree to. So if there's any conditions that the Planning Commission needs called out, those would be wrapped into the SRU agreement. You'll also notice language specific as you look through that agreement to under number 4, violation. Allegations concerning a violation of one or more of the terms or conditions of this agreement may give rise to a review of the special review use approved for the properties. Such review shall be conducted pursuant to Code Section 1661. If a result of a hearing held pursuant to said section, the board determines that a violation exists, then the board shall have the following options in its discretion. Then it lays out A through C. And then also talks about termination and things like that. So that language is really specific in the SRU agreement. If there's things that you think are pertinent, it's certainly worthy of consideration to bring up within this meeting. And it's helpful if you speak to those concerns so the applicant understands, because he has to agree to these conditions. So, we want to make sure that he understands them well. He has his attorney present and his engineer, so he can understand those conditions if you guys are requesting things that specifically go in the SRU agreement.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions on this issue.
Okay, any other questions? I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve, I have a couple more.
Okay.
In the SRU agreement, it includes the residential property on First Street as one of the areas for paid parking. Let's see if I can pull that up. And it shouldn't include that property, is my understanding.
I agree with that. I'll let Attorney Madsen speak to that. This is Cynthia again. I've talked to the applicant about this. 100 East First is in the high density residential zoning district, and other uses, outdoor uses that are allowed by special review use in the central business district and also in the general commercial and neighborhood commercial are specifically prohibited in the residential districts. And so they lay that out, HDR, that specifically prohibits that type of use. So it doesn't allow it by special review.
So why is it included in the SRU then?
That's a good question. I'll defer to Attorney or to Deputy Town Administrator, Town Clerk Miranda Fisher.
This is Jennifer Madsen. I can go back through and review the SRU special review use agreement in terms of comparing it to the application. I think that at some point, I'm not sure, but that lot was included, 100 East First Street, and I didn't compare that to the application, but I will do that if it's approved to go to the Board of Trustees.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that property in one of the parking exhibits. I think it was maybe the updated one. But since it's in a residential zone, yeah, it's in the updated.
Thanks,
Maybe
Commissioner Blakemore, for pointing that out to us.
And Commissioner Blakemore, I think maybe we need to hear from the applicant just to confirm that that property is not included in this application. Maybe you could ask that question.
The property is included, and if it can't be, there will just be no parking there.
Okay. I have a question about the trash compact. Do you have any sense of the noise that will create and how often the compacting will be done?
The compactor will be in a building. The building will have insulation in it, so I would think the noise would be very minimal. I guess you could go to various places in the Boulder area that have them and see what the noise level is. I don't think it would exceed the noise ordinance boundaries at all. I'm very sure it wouldn't, particularly inside.
Okay, and then in block 5, I'm wondering how people maneuver into those parking spaces.
Peter?
Yeah, I'm looking at the map now. Hold on a second.
It's to the left of the peak-to-peak animal hospital.
Oh, you mean the two diagonal spaces there?
Yes.
Oh, the animal hospital?
Yes. Block 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at lot 5.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, or something. Anyway, by the animal hospital, do you mean the ones to the east or the west of the hospital?
Both.
Oh, okay. We changed it to front end on the east side, where you could see the 3 spaces on the north and 3 on the south on the access road to the animal hospital. We had to change it to front end parking because of the location of the entry to the building, and the building itself didn't provide enough space for back end parking. And that was the reason for doing that. And we're okay with that. We had to widen the aisle from something like 18 or 20 feet to 24 feet to make that work also. So there was a fairly major modification of that area to make sure that the parking access would actually work, be functional. The ones, okay, let me look here. The diagonal spaces on the west side of the hospital there, I believe are back-in spaces, if that's correct. With the two-way aisle, yeah, it's a little hard for me to read that map. I don't know if I have it. Could you bear with me for 1 second when I flip through? Hold on. I gotta look at the PowerPoint here. Okay, I'm at the end of my PowerPoint, but I don't have the updated map in the PowerPoint that was provided to me a while ago. So I'm having difficulty reading the words. Now, you've got a triple, yeah, you got triple decker parking on the left side. And on the right side, I think is conventional surface parking. Do I read that correctly?
That's what I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
that's correct.
yeah, okay. So the triple decker parking is going to, if I recall, have an attendant where the driver is responsible for moving into the space, and then the attendant is responsible for moving the vehicles within one floor, if you will, to the other. So there'll be somebody that will help accommodate that kind of parking movement there on that side. The surface parking side is quite conventional, and because it's diagonal, it doesn't require that much backup space to get in or to get out of it. So I've looked at those, and I think I may have what is called auto turn analysis for this, where you choose a large vehicle and you can show model actually the vehicle movements on this thing. So I'm okay with that.
So do the vehicles enter from 2nd Street and then they drive north past the 5 diagonal parking spaces, turn around, come back to 2nd Street and then back in?
Yeah, I'm looking. Could you move the map down just a little bit so I could see what's north of those? No direction. Oh, yeah. There you go. I'm trying to read some of this stuff here. Yeah, that's the deal. And part of the reason is it's because you have an attendant there that is taking care of the triple level parking, and you have those kinds of movements that are happening. You're going to need to be able to pull out of that space with great visibility because you do have two different kinds of parking there. And so the reasonable, safe way to do it is to do it that way. If I were to back out of that space, I'm not so sure I could effectively do that without having to make 3 or 4 different movements to avoid the triple decker parking there. So it was a safety concern. It's maneuverable. People have access on the north side to be able to turn around. And you know what? Yeah, it's a hassle, that's for sure, but it's a heck of a lot safer too.
Okay, and then in section 16201 of Article 8, off-street parking and loading, there's a couple requirements in there that I don't think are being met. One is for snow storage area equal to 10% or greater of the total area of the required parking spaces. And
yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think you have less than that.
Yeah, if I remember in some of the documents, it was allowable to store snow in some parking spaces for one thing, but also snow removal activities move the snow to that huge retention pond on the east side of First Street, I believe, too. That was another issue that we talked about.
So,
Commissioner Blakemore, we discussed that as number 1 on the annotated parking map. Discuss snow storage, and then in the discussion we had with the applicant, we did feel that using the lot off of First Street, and then also using some of the snow storage happening across from Salto and Pinshed would suffice for that code.
what about bicycle racks? Those are required in section 16201H.
The applicant does not mention it in the meeting notes / narrative, so.
There are racks on site now, and we would, if the need arose, we'd be more than happy to add as many as needed.
So the requirement is 10% or greater of the required off-street parking spaces.
For bicycle racks?
Oh, at least, I'm mistaken here. At least 3 bicycle parking spaces or 10%, whichever is greater.
I think it'd be the 10%. We're quite willing to put bike racks up. I love to bicycle, and there are some there now. And if we needed to augment them, we'll put them. And sometimes we find with bike racks, the traffic sort of dictates where you put the bicycle racks. They aren't on the drawing here, but we're certainly quite willing to put them there. We have plenty of them.
So that's all the questions I have for now.
Okay, thanks. We'll have a chance.
Reese again. I had one last question I wanted to get in, and then I will get out of your hair. And this is for the staff and for the attorney, Madison. I'm concerned if we do approve this and we allow encroachment of the parking spots into the town right-of-way, what kind of precedence does that set for future development and people coming in and saying, hey, you made this deal once for encroachment because parking, I understand parking's an issue and we want to try and solve that to some degree, but, and I see, as I mentioned earlier, this town is not in favor of that. What would be the impact if we approve this plan as is on future precedents for allowing encroachment into the right-of-way?
I can take that. This is Jennifer Madsen. There could be a concern that this could be seen as a precedent for allowing a private property owner to occupy town property. It's my opinion that the town code doesn't allow the commercial parking fund to be used for that type of occupation of town property. The commercial parking fund is really when you cannot meet the minimum requirements of off-street parking. You pay into the commercial parking fund, and then, you know, whatever spaces are not provided, those people then have to find parking somewhere else, and the town isn't providing a parking space. If it was the desire of the Planning Commission to recommend that the applicant enter into some type of agreement that's perhaps a license agreement in which the applicant can occupy town property under the license agreement. It could be in exchange for, you know, monetary compensation for occupation of the town property, or the Planning Commission could just recommend that those particular spaces that are documented on town property, that those spaces be removed from the parking map.
And Commissioner Reese, I do want to draw the attention to what Attorney Madsen just stated, that the applicant is interested in paying into the commercial parking fund. However, if the Planning Commission decides that they are not going to approve that, then what they will do is remove the spaces on the northern side of the U-Bahn parking lot. They'll pull them down and move them south. And I believe, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, it results in the loss of 2 to 3 spaces in doing so.
Yes, thank you for that. That's very true. But if you look at the updated map you showed before, it actually does show the elimination of a couple of spaces and moving them outside of the right-of-way. So under the updated map illustration, yeah, go ahead and zoom in on that. Notice that the parking spaces have been pulled in. And so that is what's been presented to the town as our revised plan at this point. However, I would expect, and Ron could chime in on this, the issue, I suppose, is still on the table if we can add those 2 spaces and occupy a portion of the right-of-way.
And I would say this, Jennifer Madsen mentioned a license agreement. I don't know whether that was in lieu of paying into the parking fund, but certainly license agreements, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, can be very limiting and specific only to the person and hopefully not precedent setting, so that you wouldn't have the threat of some future developer holding a dagger over your head saying, well, we did it for Mitchell, why can't you do it for us? And you can point to the agreement and say, no, we licensed it, and we retain the right to revoke the license. Thank you.
Right, the license agreement may not establish a precedence. It would be specific to this particular piece of town property here. The license agreement would set forth the responsibilities and rights of the different parties. The town could ask for compensation for use of its town property under a license agreement.
Again, I would point out that this agreement probably is only going to be for a short period of years, certainly under 10, I think. I can't predict the future, of course. So when that happens, this entire agreement goes away and is supplanted by a new one, by a development.
Okay, Jim, any other questions?
No, that covers it. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else on the commission before we open it up for public comment?
Yeah, this is Linda, and
Okay.
I just have a question on if there is a trial basis where things can be reviewed if agreements aren't met, and it could be taken into consideration, the things that would have to be kept with the agreement. So is there a certain amount of time that the town could sort of assess what was going on with the parking?
So I know that could be built into the SRU as one of the agreements. It could be a combination of requiring the applicant to construct or enact this plan within a set period of time, and then that there would be a review process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? As I said, we'll go back to each of the commissioners after the public comment. So if you think of anything else, you could bring it up at that point. But very quickly, any other quick questions?
This is Commissioner Gray. I'd like to know if we're answering all the 5 questions at the end. Are we answering the 5 questions now?
No.
After Chris Gray, Steve will come back and have all the commissioners respond to the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. These are just essentially to answer any questions to the applicant at this point before the public comment. And then, as I said, we'll come back to everybody. And so if you think of anything else, jot it down and we'll come back to it. So with that, I'd like to open the public comment. For any public comment, is there anyone that's in the meeting that would like to speak on this issue or this item? And you have 3 minutes. Please be sure to give your name and address before you start. Do we have anyone?
And just a reminder, if you're on the phone, to please press *6 in order to speak.
Hi, my name is Julie. I'm a member of the public. I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm representing myself and my father, Raymond Rovey. Our address, 150 East 1st Street.
Liz Cooley.
So I just want to say that myself and my family will continue to resist any future development of the area that is encompassed.
I lost her.
I think we lost you somehow.
She went on mute.
There you go.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so myself and my family will continue to resist any changes to the character of downtown Nederland. And so we feel like this opens the door to some serious issues. And so first and foremost, I think that my first comment is about the $10,000 fee. Originally, Mr. Mitchell proposed that he would need these paid parking spaces to pay his taxes due to the city town of Nederland. And what I would say is that if he could apply that 10 grand to those taxes, that would be a good first step. My next statement is about if the town would like to pursue paid parking. Our family feels like it could be a positive relationship with the RTD organization to improve parking and perhaps pursue paid parking at the RTD lot as a way to move forward so that paid parking profits go directly to the city, since they will be in charge of enforcement of parking. Secondly, or continually, we are opposed to the idea of residential parking permits. If we wanted to live under those kinds of circumstances, I think most of the people who live on our block would be living in Boulder. We also feel that paid parking is not conducive or in agreement with sort of the general friendliness of the town of Nederland. We like to be welcoming to our visitors. I feel like paid parking is not a great way to go. I want to be very clear that I think any kind of encroachment on city property or rights of way is a dangerous way to go, because I think if it happens to the town, it can happen to any one of us who are property owners here. We want, as citizens of Nederland, we would like to continue to demand very specific future agreements that are binding for any future owners of the property that we've been discussing. I am concerned about the statement that was made about 100 East First Street, that if it cannot be included, that there will no longer be parking allowed in that space. I'd like to suggest that this town is in desperate need of childcare, and specifically a toddler center, so that if he is no longer able to offer parking in that area, I'd like to encourage Mr. Ron Mitchell to donate the property for a childcare center that would benefit everyone in our area. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Hello, this is Teresa Robertson. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Name that. Please give your name and address, please.
Sure. Teresa Robertson and Rich Fakelman. We're at 140 East First Street. So I just I agree totally with everything that Liz just said. I know everybody on our street, East First Street, feels the same. And I think we need to look at what kind of town do we want to be in. And are we going to pick up something that's good for Ron Mitchell, or are we going to work for our community and see what's good for our community? First of all, I don't understand the need for this paid parking proposal in the first place. It's going to have an impact on residents. It's going to have an impact on First Street. We already have an issue here with people speeding, leaving trash, etc. And this is only going to push the parking down here and then down to the reservoir. And then people who want to use the reservoir for recreation won't be able to do that. So there were several points that I thought were concerning. I agree with Commissioner Reese. I think the $10,000 sounds highly unethical. Also, my understanding that East First Street, the way it's zoned, that there isn't allowed to be paid parking there, and that shouldn't even be on the table. I am concerned about the retention ponds, which I don't think ever got properly signed off, about throwing snow in there. Both Liz and I live downstream from that retention pond, and I would be concerned about flooding the properties that run downstream, down the slope from that retention pond. The noise has been an issue. First of all, we have come to the town before around our noise ordinance. Our noise ordinance is the same as Red Rock. So yeah, it might not bump up against the noise ordinance, but that does not mean that the noise he's going to be generating is not going to be a problem. So, you know, we'll continue to band together and oppose this because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't benefit us as a collective in our town. And the right-of-way issues were of concern. I mean, there were several issues. So, and the last thing was, if you're going to put out permits, that then shifts the cost, to the town, who then have to regulate the permits, patrol the permits, do the tickets, all that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure our town has the personnel to deal with permitting parking in a residential area. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else
I ask-
like to speak?
Steve, I have a question for Teresa. This is Karen.
Okay,
Blakemore.
sure.
Teresa, you mentioned noise, and could you elaborate on that? Where do you think the noise what will be generating the noise, and how will it increase over the current noise level?
So make sure you do
Hi
start
there, Teresa again. I heard the thing about the screeching on this little, I don't know, screechy thing he was going to do. And then there was some kind of compactor thing, and he's comparing to Boulder, which is a city and we're a town, that just go down to Boulder and listen and see that the noise is fine. I don't think that's very reassuring. I think he should talk about, if he's going to have some kind of machinery that makes noise, he should tell us the decibel level of it. Just, you know, this whole, and Ron is hard of hearing, so what might not be noisy to Ron is going to be very irritating to the rest of us. My hearing's intact. So that's my concern. And our decibel, we tried before to get the town to change its decibel limit, and that was shot down. So our town decibel limit is like 80 decibels higher than like Louisville and Lafayette. We're at Red Rock's level. That's our concern. And I don't actually see the need to have, I agree with that. Also agree with everything that Liz said.
What is the screechy noise? That I'm not
He was
familiar.
going to put something on people's windshields if they didn't pay and they had a parking problem. That was in a document. The deterrent thing, he's going to put on people's windshields that makes the screeching noise when they move the car.
Oh, okay.
That was back in 2019, Commissioner Blakemore. The applicant had discussed a series of ways in which the parking would be enforced. Now, I will say that is not, those specifications are not outlined in this application.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak?
Yeah, hi, this is Mike Dye. I'm up at 4921 West Spring Street, and I had a question. I'm not quite sure who to address it to. And just to confirm, does the current town code require a drainage plan for this application?
Attorney Mattson, will you answer that?
I think that there is some argument to be made that a drainage plan is required. There is, and that was set forth on one of the slides. I believe that under section 16 dash 55 for approval criteria. The applicant is required to be in compliance with the chapter. The off-street parking section is part of Chapter 16. And under Section 16-2-210, under design standards, it does specify that parking lots containing 20 spaces shall be designated as special review uses and adequate drainage facilities shall be provided.
Understood. Thank you very much, Attorney Hudson. I'd just like to put this in perspective of from a homeowner who's done work on my house, and every time that I make an improvement to my property, I personally have to adhere to town code. I would ask that Mr. Mitchell be held to the same standard as those of us that can't afford $10,000 to put into a fund for contingencies. The second part of my thought was regarding the plan to have an attendant moving cars when as necessary. Just food for thought. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Each one of us ask yourselves, who here would be willing to hand their keys over to a paid attendant to move their car as things stand now? I say this knowing that hopefully within the next year we will move past the pandemic, but it would not only be, maybe sketchy at the best of times. Right now, it would actually be a public health risk to move forward as that part of the plan. I ask that part of the plan be removed and reconsidered. Thank you very much all for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else like to speak?
Can I be heard? Can you hear me?
We can. So David,
Okay.
Your name and address, please.
Yeah, David Ruskay, 50 Sherwood Road, Netherlands. I guess for me, I am right off the bat wondering what the local residents really have any, I understand that they have interest, but any decision-making in terms of the property that Ron Mitchell owns. This is private property. Ron is proposing to have paid parking on his own property. I don't understand really why there's any real regulations at all, but of course there are going to be town regulations, planning regulations, need to mitigate many circumstances, and the offer of $10,000 for any kind of mitigation or necessary adjustments to the property seems very generous and actually very fair to me. I guess I just think that this is Ron's property. This is his decision to have paid parking in the interim between when he will have his supposed development there. And, that's his right as a private property owner. I mean, I really don't understand how he's even having to go through this process so deeply. I certainly understand the town's need to be concerned and to be an overseer of his development, but a simple parking lot is a simple parking lot, and it's his property and he can do as he pleases. So that's my opinion on it, and I just wanted to put that in with all the others. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Of course, the reason the ordinances are in place is so that we don't have chaos all over town, that people adhere to very, common requirements. So, and that's what we're trying to do here. Anyone else would like to speak?
Yeah, this is Dennis. I'd like to speak on this.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
I'd like to
Name and address, please.
575 North Peak to Peak, the old Little Bear property. I'd like to reiterate what Dave addressed, and I support Juan on his. I believe he's going to have it'll bring a lot more order to that area. The way everybody's parking on a helter-skelter, leaving abandoned cars there at times, and it's his property, and he should have the right to put a little order and make sense to what he's got going in there. So I support what's going on for Ron. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Anyone else? Okay, having heard no other requests, I will close the public comment section and we will move on to discussion amongst the.
Excuse me, Steve,
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
sorry. I was unmuted and I was muted, so I'm back in and I didn't understand your response to me. This is David Ruskay. Could you repeat that again and explain it?
What are you talking about?
I spoke to Ron's ability to do what he wants on his own property and that the town has overseance abilities, and you responded to me with something that I did not hear.
Okay, all I was saying was that the reason that the town has ordinances is so that we don't have chaos all over town where people do exactly what they want. In this particular case, and we can let town attorney speak to it further, but he's asking for special review use for commercial property downtown, which does have to follow certain requirements. So all I was saying was that, and we appreciate, we're trying to work with Ron, as you heard. So that's what I was trying to explain.
Thank you very much. I did not
You're welcome,
understand
David.
that.
Okay, with that, I guess I will close the public comment section. We will go to the various planning commission members. What I'd like to do is to have, as we go around the table, have each of you address the 5 questions that you see in front of you. And that was discussed earlier. And also, if you have any other items that you want to bring up at the same time, please feel free to do that. So let's go ahead and. I'm sorry.
Miranda. It's Miranda. While it's
Yes.
not a question before the planning commissioners, I think since there's been quite a bit of discussion about either the requirement for the drainage plan or the approval of that $10,000 fee, I would recommend that maybe the commissioners also weigh in on that as a 6th point in addition to these 5 questions.
Okay.
This is Jennifer Madsen. I think that the applicant should also have a chance to respond to public comment.
Okay.
If
Ron,
there is a response, I don't know if there is a response, but I think the applicant should be given an opportunity.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I mean, typically we do that. So I'll certainly ask Ron if he would like to go ahead and respond.
I do have a few responses. Lily had mentioned a child care center, and I'm very interested in that. I had a daycare center on one of my properties, and I have been looking into building a child care center there. It's on the north side of 119, and it's where the Aspen Grove School used to be, and it was called Over the Rainbow. Doing that is a very expensive process. We don't have quite enough land to do it. Hopefully in the future, someone will do that there because the area had a special use review for a child care center. And I agree with her. There's a real need for a child care center in the town and in the community. And I would very much like to be a part of seeing one arrive. I just don't think that the 100 East First Street site would be an adequate site. Thank you. I think the answers to some of these questions or the concerns are going to come up again as the commissioners talk about it, and I would like the opportunity to speak as they do, or I didn't realize I was going to get a chance, and so I didn't take extensive notes on the public comment. I appreciate them. I'll try and see what I can do in terms of the things, but I am sorry, this is a application for pay parking, and that's what there are a lot of other things that haven't been covered because the pay parking thing is predominantly it, but there's recycling, and I am pretty sure that even though I'm hard of hearing, I do have a noise monitoring device called an audiometer, and it does tell, and I have used it at various events and things like that to make sure that we're in compliance with the noise ordinance. And I just don't think that the trash compactor will make any greater noise than the trash trucks that come and dump the dumpsters and shakes the dumpsters, and that makes quite a bit of noise, and that noise will be eliminated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ron. Peter, did you have anything else you want to add?
Oh, just a couple of things, if I may. Talking about the parking and the trade-off between the private and public interests, especially in these issues before the Planning Commission, is that we can't, and it was clear to me from the beginning that there has to be cooperation between the private and public interests for the mutual benefit of all somehow. And that's not always an easy compromise to come to. But one of the things about paid parking, and it's been in the literature for 20 years, is that any kind of urban area, particularly, that has paid parking, frees up parking. And part of the reason, I think in Nederland, there are people who will park downtown and then take off for the day doing other things, go hiking, go skiing, and that kind of thing, that doesn't allow the proper use of that parking space, particularly when you have all these retail outfits that exist around First and Second. And so there's a huge benefit to paid parking that perhaps we haven't really explored much. There's a guy by the name of Donald Shoup who has studied this for 20 years, and it is a clear benefit. It's a clear private and public benefit under those circumstances. So it makes a lot of sense. I respect the comments that I've heard. I respect the people's concerns about the situation. But ultimately, I think we're going to be freeing up spaces that were not free before. The other thing is that includes the drainage. That is a dicey issue, and it's a technical issue, and I'll tell you why. Because when you look at any kind of drainage criteria manual, they talk about a historic use. And the historic use is what's existed on a property for a number of years under the supervision and purview of the town, for example. The historic use is not really changing in terms of how the runoff, where it goes, how much runoff there'll be, how much sediment, and that kind of thing. So in terms of requiring a drainage report under the circumstances, there are two issues. There's the technical, scientific issue of what a drainage criteria manual may ask for. And the other issue is a legal issue and what is actually in your code and how that code is interpreted. I'm not going to address that. I'm not an attorney. But from a physical standpoint, you've experienced this condition for a very long time. And to say that now it has to have some mitigation to me is curious, but it's also something we've got to address. And I think professionally we've addressed it in a way that works for both the public and private interests to clear up the problem and to deal with it without any kind of punitive damages to the development itself. So that's basically it. And I think Ron was right about the noise from the compactor, is that there are all kinds of manufacturer specifications for these kinds of outfits that will have registered dBA decibels in certain number of feet from the object itself. And that can be looked into and compared to what's in the actual ordinances for the town itself. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And Jennifer, thank you for bringing that up. Let them respond. Okay, I guess with that, we will close the public comment. And let's move to, I'd like to go around the table. And let's go ahead and we haven't heard from Stephanie. Stephanie, would you like to weigh in? And so please address the questions that were put before us. And then if you have anything else to add, please do it at the same time.
Sure. Thanks, Steve. I think that for, me, and I think if I recall our legal counsel telling us this in the past, which is that in terms of the authority to actually put in paid parking, some of the comments that we heard earlier are correct, right? That is something that Ron has the authority to do on his property. What we're talking about is the parking plan itself, and in particular, this issue around the $10,000 payment for easement or use of public, the town's land. So do I have that correct? I don't know if Miranda can answer that.
Miranda?
Stephanie, I'm sorry, you unfortunately cut out. I only caught like pieces of what you said from my end.
Oh, apologies. Is my connection more consistent right now?
I think it might have been me. It looked like I had lost maybe service and then it came back.
So Commissioner Herring, I heard your questions or your statements, and I think your questions were, can the town just outright prohibit paid parking just based on an opinion of a dislike of the concept? And really the application here is before the Planning Commission as a special review use, and that's how it should be judged, is under the criteria of a special review use application, rather than judging it as a dislike or like of the concept of paid parking.
Right, and I recall we got that guidance when we first got this proposal a while ago now. I remember that coming out as your opening statement to one of our previous meetings. So I just wanted to make sure I had remembered that correctly because it's been a while.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
yeah, and so I think from my perspective, the actual part of this that gives me the most concern is that is what Commissioner Reese had raised relevant to whether we're creating a precedent and how we would handle that with future requests of this nature. It also seems like $10,000 to use this land in perpetuity is a very small amount. And so I wasn't clear on how exactly that number reached. But regardless, I don't think that you should, I don't think we want to set a precedent where we allow, as town policy for people to sort of buy their way out of ordinances and buy their way out of regulations. I mean, if that was the case, then why couldn't, someone mentioned this before, why couldn't a private homeowner come into us and say, I really don't want to follow this particular town ordinance. How much would it cost to get out of it? And then so I'm not, I guess one of the questions, how was that number of 10,000 reached? And second, in general, I think I have concerns around the precedent that is setting.
Okay, do you want to go through those other questions real quick? And then I'd like to get maybe we could do it now, get reply back from either Ron or maybe Chris Pelletier on the 10,000.
That number was negotiated with town administrator Karen Garrity, so I think she could speak to that.
Well, I'm glad you said that. It wasn't really negotiated. It was just suggested from Ron. So then I asked, Public Works what they thought about it. And originally, Chris thought it was a pretty good idea. But then as he thought about it more and today and yesterday felt like maybe it wasn't such a good idea. So I would say no agreement's been made at all on the town's behalf. This was just what was presented to us as an option. And what I said to the applicant was they have every right to make that offer or make that, present that as an option to the planning commission. But, this is above the staff's decision. This is really, we have not made any agreements. We've only discussed what aligns with code, what doesn't, and then have stayed open to what the applicant is offering potential options. But I didn't negotiate that number. It was just what Ron presented. So maybe he could speak to how he came up with that number.
I'd be glad to speak to that, and Karen is exactly correct in what she told you. I looked at what I thought and took some other opinions as to what the cost of cleaning the street from 119 First Street down to a little below Snyder, where the water would run onto 100 East First Street. And that cost could be anywhere from probably $400 to $600 in my opinion. And so the interest on $10,000, depending on the interest rate, could be about that. And that would be funds that in perpetuity would produce interest to pay for the cleaning of the street so that the lines could be painted. Most of the parking now has had 3/4 inch gravel all over the area, and it's pretty well embedded and allows for the percolation. So I don't think there is an excessive amount of silt that gets deposited on First Street. This is how it's been cleaned for years and years and years. There's been parking there for those years and years and years. And the fact that it's paid for isn't going to change the amount of silt that goes onto the street. So I made that offer, just given the fact that trying to do a very intricate and complicated drainage plan for a problem that probably is going to go away when a new plan is submitted didn't seem to me to be worth trying to negotiate. So this is an interim, again, I say an interim agreement. Nobody knows when COVID will end. Nobody knows when the building or a new proposal either by myself or subsequent owners would be made. So that's how I came to the offer, and that was suggested to me by my consultant, Mr. Swift, who has been involved in many of these things, and many communities charge what they call impact fees, and he explained it to me, and so we pursued that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ron. I think
I'll
important.
piggyback on that too, real quick, Roger. Or Steve, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it was originally presented as an impact fee, which is actually very attractive to me, and I'm sort of interested in impact fees. It's not what this is really, and so my knee-jerk reaction was, "Oh, impact fee? Okay, let's have that conversation." So that's sort of how it began. So I just want to make that clarification. I do kind of want to have a conversation about impact fees. That's for another night and not for this conversation at all. But that's kind of how it began.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So Stephanie, do you want to go through the rest of those questions real quick and see if, because they're looking for some feedback from us on each of these last remaining items that have to be ironed out.
Yeah, sorry, Steve, do you, I don't remember all of them off the top, and I'm doing this on my phone. Do we have a list or a PowerPoint somewhere that's being shared? Sorry.
Yeah, well, there is a PowerPoint.
Miranda, that's a good idea.
Okay, so the first one is, does the Planning Commission recommend accepting payment into the commercial parking fund for the use of the spaces that were on town right of way in the original site plan?
Yeah, I think the answer to that at this time is no. I think we need to have more information and get a better sense of what exactly the scope of that. It sounds like Chris and Ron might still need to have some discussions around that, and without additional information as to exactly what the town is getting out of this. I also would have questions around, say we, in the future did do things where for some reason the town wanted to use that space. Are we actually giving it up kind of wholesale to this parking thing? Does it still allow the town to, block off the road and, I don't know, do a farmer's market? And totally, just making an example here of where there's an instance where the town may actually want to use that space for something. So I don't have enough context, I think, to approve that at this time.
Do you feel you have enough information about why back-in parking is preferred, since that's used in the majority of the spaces?
Yes, that is fine.
Do you recommend that town staff contact the CDOT to remove the parking space on their right-of-way, which is to the west of nature zone?
Yes, the town should feel free to contact CDOT about and engage in that conversation. I guess there's another one where I feel like there are implications on the CDOT side that I'm not aware of that CDOT would have, insight into, but it's certainly a conversation we could engage in.
Do you recommend imposing the requirements of 16202 that would require the 2 residential parking spaces being designated for the residential properties on the site plan?
Let me look at the site plan again.
Currently, the applicant is proposing that there aren't spots that are designated specifically to those residential properties, and instead that those residential the individuals who live there would be allowed to park in any of the commercial parking spaces, but that there wouldn't be designated spots for them near their property. Town staff feel that that's in conflict with code and that the residential parking spaces should be required.
I would agree with, if the town staff feels like it's in conflict with code, then I think we have to, the code is what we follow here. So I would support that. The town staff recommendation.
And then the next question is, do you agree that if the applicant were to make changes to the lot and or the SRU agreement, that they could do so at an administrative level rather than coming back before the Planning Commission and Board of Trustees?
Given the level of discussion that this has actually managed to garner and the amount of back and forth that we've had, I actually do think it's worth it to come before the Planning Commission.
And Steve, did you want Stephanie to weigh in on whether or not she's ready to approve the application, or hold off on that last question?
We'll hold off on that last question, I think. I would just like to maybe at least, I think if we get a feel for how these initial questions are going, I think that will really steer the last one.
Miranda, this is Cynthia. Did we have a 6th question that we were asking as well, just to contain this well for the minutes?
I believe that Commissioner Herring had addressed that. That was in regards to the drainage and the $10,000, the fee. If I recall correctly, the feeling was that is not an appropriate route at this time, and that
Gotcha.
needs to be worked through on staff. Is that correct, Stephanie, that I captured that correctly?
Yeah, in general, I don't feel like that the $10,000 is something I'm ready to sign off on. I think that still needs more discussion.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie, do you have anything else to add to any of the discussion here so far?
No, like I said, I mean, I think that for me, and we've had this discussion before, is, it's about aligning with the code. And so that is the priority. I don't think that we in the past, this body has not, made exceptions around that. I think we should continue that. And again, when it comes to this idea of, giving up town right away, I guess I am still struggling with where the how that agreement benefits the community and the town, and whether the fee is appropriate for what we're giving up as a community. That's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Billy. Are you still there, Billy?
I am here. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Miranda, do you mind just like we did with Stephanie, just go through the questions very quickly, and then that seemed to be working.
Yes, I can see them. I can see them loud and clear. So
can I,
to
Billy,
address-
before you answer the questions, I just want to clarify something about, does the PC want to make a recommendation to the BOT to direct town to ask CDOT to remove the parking space in their row? I just want to remind everyone that this is not something that staff was requesting, and staff actually felt like it wasn't the right route to take, but this was an ask on the behalf of the applicant. So I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, when you that slide that was farther up that actually covered that point did clarify that. But thanks for making it clear again, because I don't think that was understood. So the drainage, I think precedent's a big deal here. It's come up a bunch, and optics, I think, was a word that Jim used a while ago. To pay, whether it's an impact fee or just a kind of an amount of money to bypass the drainage requirement. I mean, I think arguably it is a change of use. The way the parking is being used in this, proposal would be different than it is now. I think, I think going with the code seems like the way to go. So I think the $10,000 to bypass drainage is, I know, and I don't see how the question's written, but there you go. It says, if not, does the PUC approve? Yes. Does the PUC recommend imposing requirements under Section 210 to require a drainage plan? Yes. Does the PUC recommend accepting payment into the commercial parking fund to use? No. Again, that's a precedent of basically, I mean, if we read the definition of commercial parking fund before and why it's there, it's because people can't create enough parking. Seems like we're creating a lot of parking, so to just pay to have 7 more, as I am understanding, is to have 7 more paid parking spots. I definitely understand your point of view, and I think there's plenty of documentation on the value of back-end parking. I myself am a back-end parker. I think requiring it, ultimately, it's Ron's property, so requiring it if he wants to, he can. Though I would argue that backing in to those spots on the west side of the vet would not be something that all the drivers could do, and have to pull in and do a UE to the north and come back so you can pack in just seems kind of extraneous. So I don't need any more information. No. I do not think we should ask the Board of Trustees to even consider asking the town to ask CDOT to remove parking spaces from their right of way. I'm going to go with the town's recommendation on that. I don't really see a lot of value in that. With the resident, does the PC desire to recommend imposing the requirements under 16202 for each residential property? And the code is the code. It's code. The code is the code, as Stephanie has said. And I do think the residents, I think, yeah, you should be meeting code for residential properties within this area. The last one, do I approve applicant's request to include a paragraph in the SRU agreement to allow future changes to go through an administrative process? I do not approve that request at all. I think the SRU is very valuable given the stakes of what we talk about with this property.
Okay, Billy, anything else to add to the discussion so far?
I don't quite understand the triple decker. That just seems like a complicated thing to introduce into the mix. And I thought I read somewhere in the notes, I've been trying to find it, where Jennifer was kind of questioning the legality, or at least potential liability of taking keys from people. And, you know, unless it's some kind of valet situation. So yeah, I just don't quite understand like how that triple decker thing would work, or what it would do exactly. And I don't know that, you know, relying on people to give keys, et cetera, it just seems like a slippery slope, you know, in or out of a pandemic. Whether it's private property or not. Yeah.
Okay. Does Peter or Ron, do you want to respond to that?
I have one other question, Steve. Sorry. I forgot yeah. So, is it legal for someone who doesn't want to pay to park to just drive down First Street and park in front of any house? I mean, as I've kind of driven up down, you know, I mean, just what I noticed, and where I live in Old Town, if someone wants to park in front of my house, as far as I can understand, they can, right? Does anyone know the answer to that? If people wanted to just park down First and Second and Snyder, you know, unless it's posted, you know, legitimately as no parking, you know, by the town, can they not just park in front of houses?
They could park in front of houses as long as there's no parking sign, you know, no parking signs.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Billy. Let's move on. Let's see. Let's go to Linda. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Can you see the questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And on the first one for the requirement for the drainage plan and the payment, I think it sounds like there should be more discussion between Public Works and staff and the applicant, because there seem to be different answers coming from that. The back-end parking, I don't need any more information. I'm not a very good backer-upper, so I see that there may be issues with that on certain people not being able to do this. On removing the rock, I don't think town staff should be addressing this. It should either come from CDOT and the applicant, or that the town needs to not address that. And let's see the other one.
I can give you that.
Residential parking, I think that needs to stay with code. The residents should be allowed to have their spaces, and they shouldn't have to be allowed to park just anywhere within that, regardless if it's free. They should be able to park within their residence. And
there was one.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say there was one that was earlier that was about paying into the commercial parking fund for the use of the spaces on town right-of-way.
I don't think that, on my opinion on this is on the town right-of-way, the town should not be giving up the right-of-way for the paid parking. I think we're setting precedents on that if we allow that.
And then the last one was if there was to be an amendment to either the lot or the SRU, that occur at an administrative level.
That should definitely go to the Planning Commission and the board again. There's just too much discussion on this at this point.
Okay.
I think those are the only things I had.
Okay. You don't have anything else to add other than those?
I had a question on the triple decker parking as well, and handing over keys. And I think some of my concerns were answered by other people on with the pandemic and also how the triple decker parking would work and where it would be placed exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Linda.
Yes.
All right. Let's go next to Chris Perret. Chris, now can you see any of these questions, or do we have to?
Nope.
Okay, Miranda, could you help out here?
But I'm pretty good at it.
So I'll just kind of do the brief recap. So the first one, Chris, is the recommendation on imposing the requirement for a drainage plan, and if you approve a $10,000 development fee in lieu of the drainage plan.
I think a drainage plan is necessary. Putting in a $10,000 fee or impact charge or anything like that shouldn't be done, because then it's just, you could just call it bribery for future things. Okay, next one, taking the CDOT parking place away. That is not up to the town nor up to the private person. If CDOT doesn't have a problem with it and it can stay as a parking space, it stays as a parking space for somebody else to use. Using town right-of-way for putting into the parking fund, nope. Because the town right-of-way should still remain as town right-of-way at all times. Putting back-in parking works if there's enough space to be able to for people to be able to do it. I would say you'd probably have a 50-50 of people who can back into a parking space and do it without tagging another car. But if it's on private property, you can do whatever you want. What was the other one? Oh, anything should come with the SRU should come back to the Planning Commission and to the town board.
And the last one, Chris, was the residential, designating residential.
The residential parking should be with residential. That is one of my biggest pet peeves about this town, is that the residential parking gets gobbled up by something else. The residential parking should go with the house, and with anything that's being built or anything otherwise, it should be adhered to as to code, which is for each bedroom there should be a parking space. Anything else?
Okay.
Oh.
I think that's it. Thank you, Chris. Any other comments?
My major comment is snow removal. Where's snow removal going in this entire plan? I know we don't have any snow yet this year, but we have had 10 feet in the past, in the springtime. And what are you going to do about all that snow?
Commissioner Bray, this is Cynthia. Earlier in the meeting, I'm not sure if you got to hear this. Earlier in the meeting, it was mentioned that there was discussion between town staff and the applicant about utilizing snow storage could be pushed into town parking spaces. There's also sort of that space between Ron's lot and Salto's, where it goes down the hill and it could be pushed there. And then they also proposed putting snow storage over at 100 East First Street and using the retention pond that was there. Does that help?
Okay. That's square footage. And the other aspect is that the drainage will all change if he puts his tent up in the parking area. Did you hear that? Oh.
We did. We heard it, Chris.
I did. I caught that. I definitely caught that. And Ron, or I didn't sum up where you talked about snow storage areas. You know, please feel free to clarify that. But that's what I took away from it for the minute.
I guess 2 points of clarification that was addressed in the meeting notes as number one, and then two. Chris Bray's concern about the tent, that is also an identified concern for Chris Pelletier and was integrated in a part of that draining discussion.
far as the snow drainage is concerned, on the northwest corner of Snyder and Second on my property is a 10-foot long, 8-foot wide, 4-foot deep hole filled with gravel, just as Second Street is, designed specifically for percolation, and that's where the snow could be put. If there was an excess, it could be trucked over to 100 East First Street, and that's been mentioned several times, I think, as we've gone along here.
Okay, thanks, Ron. Okay, let's see. Let's move on to Jim Reese.
Okay.
Can you see the question, Jim?
I can see him. Yes, thank you. First off, I do not agree that we should accept a payment in lieu of the drainage plan or payment into the commercial parking fund for the use of those 7 spaces. I do believe that the applicant has provided adequate studies to show the benefits of back-in parking, and that's something that you'll have to manage if people back into each other's cars. That'll be a headache for you to worry about. I do not recommend that the BOT seek out, dialogue with CDOT about removing parking spaces from their right-of-way. I do think that the Planning Commission should keep with the requirement for 16-202 to require the residential parking. I do believe that the applicant should have to return to the Planning Commission for any kind of future changes as opposed to administrative process. And my comments on this overall is I was here when this was presented in person last year, and this plan has a lot of moving parts. There's been a lot of additional complication that has been added to it since we initially saw it, and I approved it at that time. While I'm in favor of property owners being able to use their property as they see fit within the town code, this plan got a whole lot more complicated with triple-decker parking and payments for spaces and right-of-way. And honestly, this is, you're trying to solve a problem for parking for the town, but ultimately this is a commercial plan to make money. This is for profit for the applicant. So while it would solve some of the parking issues, I believe the onus is on the applicant to address all of these issues fully. And I would, besides all of these, I would have other questions about this plan before being able to approve it, just based on the new stuff that I'm seeing in today's packet. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. And Karen, do you have? Can you see all the questions? And
I can.
Okay, you want to go through them and then add any final comments?
Sure. I do not recommend accepting payment into the commercial parking fund because that's not the intent of the commercial parking fund. The intent of that fund is if the required spaces for parking cannot be found within your property. And does the applicant and/or the back-end parking, I'm still concerned about that. I find it difficult to back into places, and I've spoken with another person in town who also does that. So I'm still concerned about the safety of the back-end parking. No, I do not think we should recommend that the BOT ask CDOT to remove the parking space. I think that's outside of the scope of this application. I do think we should require conformance to section 16202, requiring that parking spaces be set aside for residential property. I think that any changes to the SRU should come back to the Planning Commission, because without knowing the scope of those changes, I can't really say whether it's something that could be done administratively. I believe that we should require conformance to 16210, requiring a drainage plan. And then I do have some other comments. So let's see. One of the criteria for approving an SRU application is that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. And one of the policies in the transportation portion of the comprehensive plan is to prioritize parking improvements such as those found in the 2010 parking study, which includes centralized parking pods along the outskirts of downtown to encourage people to get out of their cars and explore Nederland's businesses and amenities. So this particular parking plan includes the core of the central business district. So that core being bounded by 1st, 2nd, Jefferson, and Snyder Street. According to the parking study, the suggested new parking lots were on the outside of that core area. And also the land use policy promotes the NDDA's goal for downtown revitalization. And this doesn't appear to be a revitalization to me. So I don't think that it is consistent with those two policies in the comprehensive plan. Let's see. I'm concerned about the safety and the visual aesthetics of the triple-decker shift parking. I'm also concerned about the safety of the 2 deep parking areas. If someone needs to get out for an emergency to take care of their kids or whatever, it may be difficult for them to do so in a timely fashion. I'm also concerned with the logistics of getting into and out of the spaces that are to the west of the animal hospital. And if we do approve this SRU agreement, I think we need to remove the 101st Street from the agreement, which we've already talked about. We should also think there about any changes to the permeability of the area should require, or no changes to the permeability of the area should be allowed. So it couldn't be paved without coming back to the Planning Commission to review. And also I like the idea of reviewing the development after a certain time period to see how it's working as far as safety is concerned, noise, and drainage. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Karen. So I guess I'm up next here, or last but least. So rather than go through all the questions, it sounds like we are unanimous in all of the responses. I am in full agreement with what has been said for each of those, so I won't take the time to go through those. So and I have a few other comments, but my question to maybe staff first is, based upon the input on these questions, do we need to go back and do work on this before we take a vote on it?
I would say that that would be our recommendation, is that we continue to work with the applicant, since these were areas that we didn't actually dive into with staff. We didn't dive into it anymore because the applicant had expressed desire to get the Planning Commission's opinion. So now that we have that, I think it would be best for us to revisit this with the applicant.
Okay, that was sort of my thought, but I just wanted to get your opinion on that. Just a few other comments, just to throw into the mix here. And this is probably outside of the scope of the SRU, but I've had concerns for some time, and it's been echoed by some of the other public speakers about thinking that we may need a more comprehensive approach to all the parking, not just Ron's parking. And I know that Chris is going to talk more about the tip here a little bit later on, but all of this is it's a part of a much bigger picture in the town, and I think we need to take a more comprehensive approach to like a lot of other communities have done. Idaho Springs, for example, before they went to paid parking, they went through and talked to all of the private people as well as the town and came up with a comprehensive plan. I think that might be worth just throwing it out for food for thought. We didn't talk about the signage, but I think that may have been adequately talked about, that the signage would be taken care of. But there are a lot of details in the signage that I just want to make sure don't fall through the cracks. I had similar concern about the triple decker. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how it works. There's a lot of concerns, or have more detail on issues like that. The DDA, I thought that there was going to be this was going to be brought up at a DDA meeting in January. I don't know whether that ever happened, but it would be good to get more DDA input in all this because it affects them. I think Ron sort of represents them, but I don't know whether there was a meeting where there was input from the DDA. Let's see. And then a few other things that we talked about need to be added to the plan, such as the bicycle racks and so forth. And enforcement concerns, I'm still kind of fuzzy on some of the enforcement, how that's all going to happen, particularly between the streets versus Ron's property. So anyway, those are sort of wraps up some of my comments. So at this point, I guess we should think about perhaps continuing. Is that correct?
Yes, but correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Madsen, that the applicant would need to agree to the continuation.
I agree.
I was just going to say, it would be best to hear from the applicant, but it sounds like he agrees.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that.
Yes, I did agree.
Okay. All right. So,
and maybe you want to weigh in, have the applicant weigh in terms of a time frame.
Yes, that was my next point I was going to bring up. So, Ron, would you like to speak a little bit about, based on what you heard and any changes that you would like to consider to the SRU? What is your time frame? What do you think your time frame is on this?
Well, if we could, again, I want to work with staff. Staff probably needs at least another 2 weeks with me to do this, given the load of work they've got to do. I can answer some of the questions right off the bat. So I think there's probably only one issue that we can't resolve, at least at this point, at this meeting. But my position on the parking space and if you drive by there and look at it, and we can put signage up that says, be very careful of and no, there is a no left turn sign there, but even so, when there's a large vehicle parked there, it is a big sight problem. And if we're going to have this continuance, I'd like everybody to drive through there and take a look. This is not me particularly trying to get rid of a parking space. It's a real safety problem, and that's why I brought it up. If you don't want it, that's okay. I'm making the application for that as a warning that I think it's a really dangerous site problem, but I'm quite willing to say
Ron, I'm not
Blood
sure if we
oozing.
lost you. This
oh,
just
I
a
said,
quick clarification, Ron.
who's this?
You're speaking about the CDOT space
Yes.
in the right of way, yes?
Yeah, the town would have to be the applicant to CDOT. I couldn't apply, and that's why I brought it up. So again, I encourage everybody to drive by and try and take a look and see if you would change your view on that. I just personally put it in there because I think it's a tremendous site safety hazard. So I'm quite willing to withdraw it, but if we're going to have a continuance, why, I'd like to have you rediscuss that. And if you come to the same conclusion that you don't want to recommend it to go to the board of trustees, I will withdraw it. So the question is, does the applicant and or supporting documentation answer the question on why back-end parking is preferred? I think there is a tremendous amount of literature and extensive proof that back-end parking is preferable. However, we have changed some of that to be front-end parking so that and the topography has been the direction. I'm well aware that there are people who have trouble with back-end parking. They have perception problems and things like that. And maybe we could make another row. I would be willing to somewhere find another row that we could make head on. So I think staff and I could work that one out. We can take, I have no problem taking all the spaces out of the town right away. I would just point this out as if you've had, I have 75% of the land and 25% of it would be on town right away. If you had 7 spaces, I calculated it out this afternoon, and those 7 spaces turned over 3 times a day, you would have 25 or 21 uses of those 7 spaces. If each of those 21 people spent $50 during the time that they were parked there as a commercial restaurant patron or shop patron, the revenue that the town would get from those 7 spaces in terms of sales tax on the $50 that each parker spent would be around $1,000 a year. And I'm looking to see there's such a shortage of parking. If you had a license agreement that your attorney said, look, this is a deal that goes just to this project and nobody can take it as setting precedence, I'd like you to consider that. Think about what that would mean to the town in terms of revenue. But I'm quite willing to take it off because I'm a little perplexed that everybody's worried about the fact that I would be making money on 400 or 500 square feet of space. There's no money really for me. I think there's far more money for the town in terms of the project. That 600 or 800 square feet, whatever would calculate out to be, is maybe 1/1000th of what the square footage is in the project. So possibly you might want to revisit that among yourselves as to whether or not it would be a benefit to the town. But I'm quite willing to take it off. And the latest version of the survey shows it taken off. As far as the residential property concerns, there's the practical view. Sure, I can designate the spaces right beside the houses, but because of the nature of the area and because of the intensity of the parking problem, people do park, no matter what I try to do, park in the residents' parking places, and that's why I give them free latitude to park anywhere else on the private property. They can't go out and put a barricade in front of their, or they don't want to put a barricade in front of their house every day, and they don't mind doing that. So I'm not sure why it's such a tremendous concern here, but I don't mind dedicating those spaces. Practically speaking, what I try to do is just find people who don't have cars to live on my property, who really do take advantage of public transportation. Again, if it's not a deal killing issue, I'm glad to do it. But the practical aspect of it is that it's really hard for both the residents and myself to supervise, and nobody likes handing out enforcement tickets and things like that. And you asked about that. That was one of your questions, Steve. So I could delve into that a bit more. And then lastly, we have a great dilemma, and that is what we can do in terms of actually solving a problem in the easiest way. And I feel that the way it's been solved and the way the town has handled it has been great. I've appreciated doing it. I'm sorry that there's been some silt runoff, and I really would like to try and mitigate it. But a full-blown drainage system cannot be done for this particular project, and it's a deal killer. So I'll work with Chris. I'll try and come up with something different that can work for all of us. But just being willing to pay for the cleaning every time it happens, and maybe like this year, I don't think there's been much runoff at all. We've had such a dry year, so some years are going to be worse than others. But I don't know what to say. I'll do my best to work on it, but I'm skeptical about what we can do. So we have almost all these. I'm willing to do what you want, but the drainage plan and I'm more interested in the solution, and I want to be a part of the solution. I'm trying to be, but I haven't found it yet. I don't know exactly what would work for Chris, but I'm quite willing to sit back down with him and go through this again. Thank you.
Okay, Ron.
Oh, I have one more thing to say about the lift parking. That's pretty much dedicated to electric cars. We did have a discussion about it. This is a problem. An electric car, even with a fast charge, has to at least be in a position for 3 hours. And the idea is really to cater to the people who are wanting to use electric vehicles. The problem is, where do you park them for 3 hours to charge them in a commercial area? And particularly if they've come from somewhere like Colorado Springs or Fort Collins, and people have anxieties about getting a charge for electric cars just because there aren't enough spaces yet. And this idea of putting them on the lifts keeps the electrical things under supervision. And they make these lifts up to 6 and 8 feet high, and they're very common on the East Coast. I have only seen one set in the Denver area. So that's so much for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ron. And we really appreciate you working with the town staff and being flexible and so forth. But getting back to our original question, do you think that you might be able to bring this back? What date do you think you can bring this back?
I'd like to do it as soon as possible.
Okay, question to the town staff is what's on our next agenda?
So our next agenda is going to be recommendations from the marijuana committee about zoning recommendations, and then the Board of Trustees had asked us to bring the commercial parking fund before the planning commission to get your input on possible changes to that code. So there are no actual applications. It's just more ordinance updates.
Commissioner Williams, I apologize for interrupting. This is Ron Mitchell's attorney, Tom Ward. I'd like to ask that given the commission's unanimous opinion that the drainage issue should not be an impact fee, should not be a contribution, but instead should be addressed, in light of Mr. Mitchell's comment that it's a deal breaker, is there a purpose in moving forward, or are the commissioners willing to consider anything less than a full drainage plan that's comporting with code? Because if they will not relent on that, then I think it's a waste of town resources to continue this matter.
Yeah, no, we understand that. I think what and commissioners can chime in, but I think what we're basically saying is, as it currently was proposed, there's disagreement to the way that is, so that the asking Ron to go back to and work with town staff to maybe find another alternative might be worth doing. Anyone else can chime in.
This is Billy. I think the one concern I have is it's just kind of a total. It's just kind of can't think of the word I want to say. It's just not meeting code. I mean, it's just kind of like it's just kind of a decision to waive part of code, and that's a terrible precedent to set, I think.
You have many codes that people can't meet. You have many codes that create incredible hardships, and you have the power to mitigate those hardships. And that's my comment.
Attorney Mattson, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
I mean, this was something that was discussed prior to this continued hearing. And Mr. Ward, Mr. Mitchell's attorney, or Mr. Mitchell, but somebody had made a comment that the town code is not, arguably there's no requirement for a drainage plan. I think that the town code is somewhat ambiguous on this. Earlier tonight, I pointed out what an argument would be that a drainage plan is required. But again, I think it is a little bit ambiguous. And if an agreement can be reached in terms of between town staff and the applicant related to mitigating drainage issues, and the Planning Commission is satisfied with that, to me, that seems acceptable.
This is Chris. At our last meeting with the applicant, I offered to compromise and work with the applicant on drainage in any way possible to resolve these issues without having to go into a full-blown drainage plan. However, the applicant chose not to. Chose to pay and to offer money and not do anything about it. I think there's a creative way to work through this, and I'm still extending that offer to work with the applicant. So if he still wants to, then we can talk about it some more.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, I personally think it's worth, and Ron and his team have put in a lot of effort here so far, and rather than just throw everything out, I think it's worth trying to continue and also to see if they can come up with some creative solutions to input from the Planning Commission.
This is Linda.
This is
I think the $10,000 impact fee was just kind of not decisive between town staff and town public works or Ron. So I think more clarification as to why that number came up, because I think everyone kind of went to that figure for their discussions.
It was my offer. It was actually not an idea of the town. And Mr. Swift had mentioned that these impact fees in many communities he's worked with have been ways that they have been able to have the municipality, with its resources, be able to do a much better job in partnership with the developer than a developer could do by themselves. So, but the mitigation took financing, and therefore there's this impact fee. You can call it anything you want. The idea is to be able to have safe parking and be able to pay for the thing in a reasonable manner. And your town attorney said the code is a bit vague. So I'm willing to negotiate to where we can come up with something that makes the town safe, the parking safe, the customers happy, and we solve problems rather than create them. Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
my point on that, Ron, is I don't think anyone was real clear on where that figure came from. And so we
That
needed
came from me, and it was my offer.
on that.
Okay.
Okay, well, I suggest that there'd be some more discussion, or maybe even look at some creative alternatives to that, or maybe get some more detail to come back when we, if this should be continued. Any other comments from Planning Commission members?
It's Billy again. I would say it's interesting to learn, and thanks, Ron, for the clarification. I mean, the lift, the triple decker seems complicated, but it does make sense that one thing it's addressing is just electric vehicle charging time. So that was interesting.
Yeah, it certainly was. As I said, I didn't know too much about it either. So, okay, if there are no other comments, do we have a, yes.
This is Cynthia. I just wanted to throw something out that was mentioned by a couple commissioners. So there is an opportunity to include a later review in an SRU agreement. So if there, are concerns, and that is a decision of the Planning Commission, which the applicant agrees to, if there are these outgoing concerns that we can't anticipate, we can't foresee in 6 months or a year, there have been applications that have come back before the Planning Commission to consider that. Are we noting any concerns? So that was mentioned by a couple commissioners, and I just wanted to say, if there were outstanding drainage issues that didn't seem to be able to be resolved, that's perhaps another pathway if people are willing.
Well, that's a good point, and that certainly could be an option to discuss if we continue this hearing. To have some kind of a enforcement or review to see if this thing is working in lieu of a drainage plan. But I think the commission was pretty steadfast that they're concerned about setting a precedent. And I think we should think a little bit more creative about how we can accomplish this without causing another problem. So yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm then before we wrap this up that Ron, you are comfortable or seeking a return of February 24th?
That would be fine.
Okay. Could we have a motion to continue the hearing to the 24th? Let me continue the hearing of the public hearing and special review use application related to paid parking at multiple locations between East First Street and Highway 119 to Snyder Street for Ron Mitchell. Do we have a motion to continue?
I make that motion.
Is that Linda?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
And is that Chris Perret?
Yes.
Okay. We have a second. Cynthia, we need to do a vote? Or could we just do hello?
We are going to, yes, can you hear me? We're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
So we can make sure we get everyone's vote on this.
Okay.
And as I can't see everyone, some people are calling in, so I can't see hands raised. So we will go ahead and start and run down the list alphabetically with the commissioners, and obviously we'll end with you, Steve Williams. So we'll start with Commissioner Blakemore.
Yes.
The motion to continue to February 24th. Okay. Commissioner Giblin?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Glasser?
Yes.
I thought I heard Commissioner Giblin say that twice. Commissioner Glasser?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Herring?
Yes.
Commissioner Perret?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes to continue this application to the February 24th Planning Commission meeting with the applicant working with some staff in the interim to address concerns mentioned in the meeting, specific concerns that were mentioned through the questions that were before the Planning Commission.
I want to be sure that we're continuing just what we have before us. I've 4 out of the 5 items I think I've resolved. I think we're down to 1 item. Could we continue it based on that 1 item?
I think it would be beneficial to Ron talk with so we can modify our record and that we still and so our what you discussed tonight.
You're breaking up, or Miranda, I couldn't hear a thing you said.
I think that it's important to continue to discuss with you when we meet with you.
I'm sorry, I've lost her. I can't hear anything she's saying.
Hey, Ron, there's some serious static happening, and we're getting a lot of wind, and I think she's probably getting a lot of wind in Eldora as I'm getting in Ward here. I just sent her a message and asked her to reach out to me, and I'll say it. So she is typing that right now. So give me just a minute to get that message. She said they'd like to keep all the conditions in and keep discussing them with town staff. Is that okay with you? She's continuing to type, but I'm that way they have everything documented very well. Can you hear me, Ron?
Yes, I can. I got it all.
Okay, great. So is that okay with you that keep all the conditions there just as they are to continue discussion with town staff?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for the input. And so due to the fact that it's 20 minutes to 10, shall we take a short break and then come back? Or should we flip the 2 remaining action items and then take a break? Any thoughts?
I'd like to take a break right now.
Okay.
I would love to take a break.
Okay, 5-minute break. So we'll resume at 9:45.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Miranda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, it sounds like you've got your audio fixed.
I don't know.
I can
think
hear
was
you. This is
using off
Cynthia.
of Ron, so I'm glad that was fixed.
Yeah, we were afraid your house blew down.
Well, I'm at the office, so then it meant that town hall blew down. And that was the great.
Well, that's true.
Sorry, I thought she was in Eldora. Yeah, she's at the office.
Oh, okay.
So that issue is happening because Ron has the speakers on his computers up very loud, and it's feedback that is being created when he doesn't mute his microphone. Right after he speaks, he leaves his microphone open for a minute, and the minute that somebody else starts speaking, it creates a feedback loop based on that large amount of sound that's also going back into his microphone.
That's a good point.
Oh, I felt like I was feedbacking off of him, so that makes a lot of sense. I'm like, I don't know what happened to me, but when I plugged in my phone earlier, that's when I completely lost Stephanie. So it could also be me as well. So I'm ready now, Steve, whenever we're ready to resume.
Okay, I think is everyone back? I mean, all the commissioners? And is Lee there? Lee, are you there as well?
There.
You're there, Lee?
I am here.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and resume. The next agenda item is consideration of an application by Lee Stadel agent for 46 Pine Cliff LLC for an exemption from completing a lot line dissolution and replat for 46 Pine Cliff Trail in Nederland. And I believe, Miranda, you're going to introduce this AIM?
Yes, I am.
All right,
So
have at it.
This is a unique situation that Lee Stadel had brought to our attention back in December. So what we have here is Lot 76 that at some point in time was split into a northern half and a southern half with a deed. But the deed, it was never filed with town. The town wasn't a part of that split of the property. So Lee originally requested to file a correction deed. It was recommended, though, that this be brought before the Planning Commission because there's nothing in code that would specify a process for how we would go about a correction deed. But the goal is to bring these lots back into conformity because currently they don't meet code as they're separate lots and the owners are seeking to build upon this property. So again, just kind of some history here. So there was a subdivision that was never submitted before the Planning Commission or the Board of Trustees. So therefore, there's no town documented approval. We can't necessarily address this at an administrative level because there's nothing in the code that allows us to. There was no survey done to divide these two lots into their two pieces. And when the owners, the 46 Pine Cliff LLC, they ended up purchasing both lots, both the northern and the south parts. So they are the full owner of Lot 76. So really before you is a request, a unique request by Lee as the agent to have an exemption from needing to do a typical lot line dissolution and replat. And so we're seeking Planning Commission feedback on whether you recommend us bringing this matter before the Board of Trustees for approval. And Lee, I'll turn it over to you if you want to add anything else.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I think that at some point in the past, these lots in Big Springs second filing, several of the owners of the lots around Lot 76 went ahead and just with a deed, without a survey, but just with deeds, started subdividing the lots. Whether or not this was legal at the time, because Senate Bill 35 went into effect in 1972, which said that municipalities, whether it was Boulder County or the town of Nederland, whoever had jurisdiction, had to go through some sort of subdivision process in order to subdivide a platted lot. Lot 76 was a platted lot, one platted lot. And at some point in the past, like some of the lots around it, somebody decided to split it into the north half and the south half with a deed. And so currently, the owner of this lot, they own both halves, the north half and the south half, and it's in one deed. Parcel A is one of the halves, and parcel B is the other half, but it's still shown on the assessor's GIS system as two separate lots, two separate parcels, I should say. But the deed it connects the two. So what we're trying to do is just bring it back to just lot 76, which is what it was originally. It didn't seem like going through a whole replat for something that was already platted as lot 76. It seemed to me like it was just kind of overkill, in the sense that it's already a platted lot, lot 76. Now, some of the other lots near it, the town did give building permits for partial lots. Some of them were replatted, some of them weren't. But in this case, we have an opportunity to amend what somebody did in the past. There already is a survey, Big Spring's second filing. So we're just asking for the board's blessing to file a correction deed that says that the original lot 76 is really lot 76. And then we'd like to, at some point down the line, pull a building permit to build on lot 76.
Okay. Thank you, Miranda and Lee. Does anyone have any questions for Lee regarding this interesting situation?
I would just make a comment that the size of the lot, this is Cynthia, that I had spoken to the previous owners and of course anyone inquiring about the lot. And there are some challenges with the lot. You can see it has some steepness there. And I know that a previous owner had talked about utilizing one lot to access the other lot and things like that. And I think the present owners have sort of changed that up with what they're proposing. But it would otherwise have to go through a replatting process, lot line dissolution, and more things. So having it at a larger size, given the existing size of these lots, could be easier to develop as one lot, given how narrow it is and the steepness.
Right. Thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, I'm sort of curious. I know, living up here in Big Spring, that there were a lot of lots that were kind of, someone decided at some point that you can't really build on this, so it became an outlot, or part of it became an outlot. And I wonder if something like this happened along the way. And then since then, many of the outlots actually have been replatted and built upon. So I don't know if this was a similar problem, or not, but because we just don't know how this happened or when it happened. So okay, with
Steve, this
that,
is Jim Reese. I had a quick question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So I couldn't see it in the literature. I might have missed it, but Lee, can you tell me if the combined two lots becomes an acre to meet the 1 acre requirement for building in Big Spring?
I can certainly give you that information once I'm sitting at my computer. I don't think that I have that right at my fingertips, but I can tell you that the original lot 76, was approved by the town back in the day in Big Spring's second filing, when the town signed off on it as a buildable lot. It's interesting. We call it lots. Lot 76 has always been lot 76. It was split into two parcels, and I'm not really sure exactly when. If it was done before 1972, technically it was legal, but on the other hand, it is a challenging area, and the town signed off on the plat originally that said that lot 76 was a buildable lot. We're just trying to get it back to that point. I don't know if I have an area on my topo.
Clarify. I could clarify that the total amount, if I'm the estimated parcel area that's shown on Boulder County Property Viewer, one is a little over 13,000 square feet. Another is a little over 18,000 square feet. So the total is plus or minus 31,133 square feet. Now that's below the acre size in Big Springs, but there are other lots that are below the district size, those that may have been platted that way, and those that may have happened through this deed thing that happened in the past in Nederland, and that not just in Big Springs, but in other places in town. So I would say, I wouldn't, necessarily say, well, that makes it unbuildable. And I don't think the town has had a strong history of declaring lots unbuildable. I would say that when you have a smaller lot than the district size, because the presumption is a district size, it does put pressure on the design to be able to meet setbacks and other things. In some cases, it's not really that big of a deal given the lot layout and how it can be developed, and it doesn't affect that. I just, as I would suggest, if this was somebody inquiring about developing this property for purchase, say, you're going to have to get creative, and you're going to have to make sure it meets the driveway grade requirements and any other requirements of zoning, and that way, with lot coverage and things. So certain things, if you have a lot under the size of the district, that it could affect. I'm not saying it will, but it could. That would be setbacks, the maximum lot coverage in the district, which is a percentage of the district that's set for the district based on the square footage of the lot in question or lots in question. So sometimes that can be an issue. Sometimes driveway grade, that often presents the large challenge. If they can meet the driveway grade that's in the code, then that's not an issue. So just things to think about that. And then septic system would be required, I believe, at this location.
So Cynthia, this is Steve. So the question that came to mind first when I saw this was whether or not this really needed to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, if it was in fact less than an acre, and if there would be some issues with setback, but maybe that's a later issue.
Bring up some points, and I think on the first question on variance, I would defer to the town attorney to see what she thinks. On the latter question of setbacks and other things, many of these things are reviewed by, through the building process. Although when you're talking about this and they've been working with a surveyor, you have Lee Stedell right here. And, and I'm not sure if he's able to do that, and he may not, have access to look it up and things like that, but I can talk about the setbacks. I think the property who've just purchased this and Lee understand, as he provides a lot of surveys, understands generally what those setback concerns are, even though they vary by district and, in many ways can be designed. So obviously we don't want to create a undevelopable lot if the intention is to The intention is absolutely to develop this lot by these owners. I've talked a lot with them in my office and email about this for several months. So they have absolutely every intention to develop it. You know, it would certainly, if it's a combined lot, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier to develop than if it's two lots. And if it's two lots, you know, then you may sort of bring in that variance consideration of, to access this one lot, we cross this other lot. Then you're talking about having to have an easement across lots. You know, I think one of the obvious things that reduces complications, thankfully, is that it's owned by these lots are owned by the same person. And in the past, that was also the case. So it hasn't been split up, because if it was, I would absolutely have people calling about developing a really tiny lot. And I would say it could be very hard, depending on the topography and setbacks and things, at a 13,000 square foot size or 18,000 square foot. You'd be hard pressed to meet those setbacks. You know, 40-foot setback, 30-foot front setback, and 20-foot side setbacks, I believe. So that's considerable. So I hope that helps. Does that answer your question? And then maybe we can ask Attorney Madsen if she thinks they should go through a variance process. I will say that Attorney Madsen has been in conversations throughout this process, you know, before this has come to the meeting. So I think this is probably the method that she suggested, but she can add to that.
Okay, yeah, that's we'll let Jennifer weigh in there, because when I first looked at it, I thought, well, this would be a very difficult lot to build anyway with the setbacks. So I didn't know whether Board of Zoning adjustments get involved at this point or not. But Jennifer, regarding the replat versus the dissolution, what are your comments?
It was my recommendation to bring it to the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees in the manner that it is being brought to you tonight. You know, as Miranda pointed out, Mr. Siddell pointed out, it looks like this was definitely an error and potentially a division of a lot that was in violation or could have been in violation of the town code. That is the simple request that's before you tonight. It isn't anything more in terms of what the next steps are. As Mr. Siddell pointed out, this lot was previously platted at one point in time. It's now been somehow separated. It hasn't really technically been divided because there hasn't been approval by the Planning Commission or the Board of Trustees. So I think that's really the question is, do you direct or do you recommend to the Board of Trustees that they direct the applicant, Mr. Siddell, the property owners, to work with me to put together the necessary documentation to create just the one lot, lot 76?
Okay, that's very good. Thank you. Does any other commissioner have any questions at this point before we open it up for public comment? I don't know if there's anyone out there, but we'll ask. Any questions by the commissioners? Okay, having heard none, we will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone on this call from the public that wishes to speak on this issue? Okay, having heard none, we will close the public comment and go back to the commissioners if anyone has any other comments. Otherwise, can someone give me a motion to approve?
I'll make a.
I have a comment.
Okay.
Oh, this is Karen Blakemore. So this isn't really relevant so much to whether we approve this application or not. But I'm looking at page 99 of the packet, and it shows that the area is of the two combined parcels is 0.73 acres. And I live in Big Springs, and I live on 0.71 acres. So, which is slightly smaller than this combined lot. And I think it's a great idea to do this because it brings that lot size closer to the minimum 1 acre in Big Springs. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Could I have a motion?
Motion to approve the lot line dissolution of property at 76.
I second that. Billy
Who's the second?
Billy.
Billy, okay.
Sorry, I thought is the motion before to send it to the Board of Trustees for approval.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, the motion is to, that the planning commission agrees to move this forward to the BOT so that they don't have any other concern with doing that and just forwarding this decision to the BOT for, recommending approval or not approval or conditions or anything like that. But, sending it up to the BOT for their consideration solely.
Okay. Very good. Cynthia, would you like to take the vote?
Yes, Vice Chair Williams. So we had a motion by Commissioner Perret. We had a second by Commissioner Giblin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
We're going to go down, we're going to go up the list backwards. So we're going to start with Vice Chair Williams to mix it up here. So,
Okay.
you?
Yes.
Great. Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Perret?
Yes.
Commissioner Herring?
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Giblin?
Yes.
And Commissioner Blakemore?
Yes.
Motion passes to move this to the Board of Trustees.
Okay, very good. The first one didn't go this quick.
Well, he's pretty tidy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay.
And I do think it was, just given the fact that there was some, as noted throughout the conversation, it's unknown when this happened, why and how, and what the process was. So, with respect to a correction, it's a lot less to consider, impacts on a residential lot with this, sort of example.
True, and anything we can do to clean up some of this mess from the past is a great thing to do. So
I appreciate it from the building perspective of trying to permit for
Yes.
building. It helps me eliminate, concerns and steps and things like that, especially when you guys weigh in and provide more content than my little brain can think up. So thanks for that.
okay, anytime. All right, the next item, it's that time of year again, folks. So it's appointment of officers per the bylaws, Article 8. And I believe, Cynthia, you are going to introduce this item.
Sure. So I think Steve kind of covered it. I don't really have too terribly much to say. However, we are going to do this by secret ballot. So people to Miranda. I understand some people are calling in so they can text her to her cell phone and send a message about who they would like to nominate for the chair position and the vice chair position. As we know, it's long time been Roger and Steve as chair and vice chair respectively. And Roger let us know at the last meeting that he'd be stepping down from the chair position and looks forward to being on the regular planning commission as a commissioner, which will be great. And so if we have folks who are interested, I'm not sure if we want to go through the commission and ask if there's interest by people, or if people just want to take the book, send the messages to Miranda at townclerk@netherlandco.org, or if they are, able to text her, she can collect all those nominations. So I'll kick that back to you, Steve, if you want to go, take a round of the commission and see what the pulse is for if people want to speak up. I know of a couple people who are interested, but I don't know if there's others who would be interested in those positions. So.
Well, in the past, we sort of went around the table to find out who was interested. And then I do like the idea of having a secret ballot so we could all communicate directly to Miranda. But does anyone want to either have some discussion on this or to indicate some interest in one of these positions?
This is Jim Reese. I am interested in the vice chairman position, if that is something that the rest of the commission, planning commission, thinks I'm qualified for. I have an interest and the time to put in the work, the extra work each month, and promise to always study up on the packets if selected.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I think, well, speaking for myself, I think when this was brought up last year, I was still partially employed and felt that I didn't have the time to do it. That is sort of cleared up a bit, so I'd be willing to maybe step up and take the chairmanship if anyone so desires. So I'll throw my hat into the ring there. Anyone else wants to do a similar thing, speak up. Okay.
Don't guys.
What's that?
I said, don't everyone speak at once about, about wanting to do the position. I didn't hear a sound.
Okay.
That's because we're all on mute.
And
Okay.
Is anyone else interested in being nominated for the vice chair or chair position? Please feel free to speak up now and let us know.
I guess you can nominate yourself, right, Cynthia?
I cannot. Can someone nominate themselves? I think you absolutely can. And I would only add, if anyone has any questions about what the position entails, Steve Williams has been doing this for quite some time, and I'm sure he could talk about, what chair entails, and he's worked closely with Roger Cornell, so I'm sure he understands the constraints of time and energy put in to review packets and things like that. I don't know if anyone will live and breathe zoning as much as Roger Cornell does, but I think Steve has a lot of great qualities and has been vice chair position for a long time. But if anyone has any questions about what it entails, perhaps Steve can enlighten us.
Okay. Yeah, so it varies quite a bit depending upon obviously the agenda items, but in the past it runs somewhere on the average of maybe as much as 20 hours a month, depending upon working with staff or thinking through issues or coming up with suggestions and so forth. Not a whole lot more than probably what most planning commission members put in reviewing, but the job entails working with staff, helping put the next meeting together, and then also in many cases, Roger would attend the Board of Trustees meeting and be a spokesperson for the Planning Commission in case any questions came up, and in times when Roger couldn't perform the duties or was on travel, the vice chair steps in to do it. So they're kind of very similar jobs. I kind of liked working with Roger, and I wouldn't mind if I became chair to have the vice chair work closely with me as well. I think it's a good formula for success. Does anyone have any specific questions? Or did I scare everybody away?
No questions.
Okay, well, I guess Cynthia, we should just do. Just do a vote.
Does everybody have the capacity? Does everybody have the capacity to reach out to Miranda, town clerk at nederlandco.org? I'm sure you probably have our email. Or text her if you don't have that capacity. Does everyone have that ability?
And I put my phone number in the chat, but it's 303-350-7192. I know a couple of you have it, and it's in my email signature line. So yeah, if you want to email me or text me, and then I think, Steve, we can move on to the other items and then revisit this before we adjourn.
Okay, yeah, I was going to suggest doing that in the interest of time because it's already a little after or quarter after 10. So, yes, please vote. Send in your votes to Miranda, and then we'll revisit this as soon as she gets everything together. So shall we move on to discussion items? In which case, is Chris still here? Yes, I think he is. Chris Pelletier?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I guess you're on the docket next to talk about the tips.
Okay.
Are you prepared?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for waiting all this time and sticking it out. You guys work late, and I appreciate it. And hopefully I won't take up too much of your time, but I'm here for as long as you need me to answer any questions. And I just wanted to present a brief update on the project thus far, and it's slightly different than what's in your packet. So I apologize. The versions that are in your packet are aged slightly, and so I'd like to share with you the version that I have on my computer, and it's essentially the same thing, really. That's in your packet. It's just a combination of the three. We've essentially landed on one version at this point, so I'd like to share that with you. So at this stage, I have presented this multiple times to SAB and ProSab, BCA, and DDA, to you guys, and then most recently to the BOT. And so at this point, I'm just going to highlight some of the changes that have taken place since I last talked to you. Let me zoom this in a little bit. At the BOT meeting, their biggest concern really about the project was to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to weigh in on the project and make sure that they are comfortable with the changes that are happening in the area. And so since last, this is essentially the same design that's in your packet right now, with some slight modifications. So I'm just gonna sort of bullet the changes that this is kind of the version we've landed on, and then I'm gonna highlight some of the changes that are in this plan. So first off, what you may notice here is that we have angled parking. Throughout the whole project. This seems to be the most desirable concept among, based on the feedback that I've been getting among other boards as far as ease of pulling into these spots, particularly on North Jefferson Street. As a lot of you may have noticed, parking on that street can be challenging. The other important change that's happening in this section of town is also the one-way traffic flow as being proposed, and this was discussed at your last meeting. And so North Jefferson Street is becoming is proposed to become a one-way street, and West First Street also is a one-way street. The other change in here that is the same as we discussed last time is that many of these power lines will be buried. So there's one near Ned's, and then the length of First Street here, those power lines will be buried. Another change is that you'll see here in front of Town Hall and in front of Ned's property, the parking has been reconfigured to parallel parking. And the reason for that is space constraints that are there. To maintain a better flow of traffic down West First Street that's more linear and lined up. The other reason is to have better separation between pedestrians and cars, because in its current version, when a car pulls up close to the sidewalk, the front end of the car sort of hangs over the front of the curb, and it constrains the amount of space that a pedestrian has to walk by. And what we've probably talked about previously is that that sidewalk is on private property, and so it is contingent upon cooperation with the property owner. This version is desired. The property owner also desires to keep the sidewalk on their property, and town staff has discussed with the town attorney to understand options for continuing to keep the sidewalk there. And so staff is going to be having discussions with the owner of that property to see if we can continue with this plan. We think we can. Another change is the high-speed charging stations. We discussed this last time that I was here. I don't remember if we had RTD figured out, but we just recently had a discussion with RTD days ago. So let me just pull this up here. Slightly different than what's on your drawing, and I realize this is very busy with all their comments and stuff, but if you pay attention to the sort of the light blue walk that heads kind of east to west. This is what RTD desires to have on their lot. All these other versions where there's a crosswalk kind of going north-south here, and these sort of pink versions, they have a committee that reviews these drawings, and they prefer this light blue drawing. So we're going to develop this concept. Another thing that I don't think I had with you guys last time I was here was a vehicle tracking drawing. And so staff and our engineers had wanted to be sure that we had studied truck traffic in the area and ensured that we had enough room to bring vehicles. And so let me zoom in this. This was also concerned by some area property owners. So you see here that a vehicle can navigate this fairly well. And this is a really generic kind of, the truck's perfectly centered in the lane, and it's kind of generic. It doesn't take into account the actual skill of the driver. Nonetheless, you see here that it can work out. This other drawing. We have, I think the last time I was here, I asked for the Planning Commission's input on parking on First Street, and it seemed like there was a consensus that you agreed, or that the commission agreed, that it made sense to add parking and develop the town's right of way on First Street. I've presented this concept to the DDA, and it sounds like they are also in agreement on that. They have not come to a consensus on whether they will develop that area, but it seems like they agree that that is logical, and so that's still in discussion. And I think, that's about it. These sort of hashed areas you see on the curb extensions are being considered for an alternative material. The town's contracted sustainability coordinator is looking at options for different types of bricks that could be carbon neutral. We had researched hemp bricks, something called timbercrete. We're looking for something that's going to be, appropriate for a sidewalk. Over here, I don't remember if we talked about it, but there's a placeholder here for over by RTD on the west end of this project for what's been identified in the DDA's master plan as a gateway sign. They call a gateway sign, which is essentially an information kiosk. And so this location over here is going to have that plus some bike racks. And you see that green area for beautification, trees, or a planter or something. Recently, I've been in discussion with the owner of the land that the bakery is on. And this property owner has become more and more interested in the project. And he actually wants to not only give the town all of its land here, because currently he encroaches on town property a little bit, but he not only wants to let the town reclaim all of it, but he wants to develop it even further and add more bike racks in cooperation with the town's project. So he's become a little kind of excited about it, actually. And I think that's about it. So I just want to be sure I got this in front of you. The BOT wants to be sure that everybody's had lots of time to provide input, and that any members of the community who has an opportunity to see this also provides input. This is on the town's website. I have reached out to property owners in the area and business owners, and will continue to. And that's about it. So if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to take them, or suggestions.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments from anyone? I see Julian has arrived.
Hello.
Hey, Julian.
Any comments from the commission members on? He says, looks very similar, Chris, not a whole lot of changes from what you described before.
No, the key changes here, like I said, is the angled parking. I think we've kind of landed on this version for angled parking. And then again, I want to be sure that I drove home that the traffic flow has changed in this, which we talked about at the last meeting as well. Yeah, so no, you're right. Not much has changed.
There any changes to the statements or
Nope.
any updates on those?
The curb extensions?
No, the charging stations.
Oh, nope, those are the same as we talked about last time. There'll be a three-phase high-speed charging station down here on the south end, the sort of southwest corner of the visitor center parking lot. And then we would move the town's regular, slower, single-phase charger to that location as well.
Okay, and finally, just curious, have you had much input from just the public?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I haven't. It's hard to reach out to the public. Um, I try to attend as many of these meetings as possible and and provide as much opportunity for the public to reach out. I will have a this design in the paper probably the next issue with highlighting some of the changes. So whoever gets a Mountaineer will have an opportunity to see it and then reach out to me and email me or call me or however they would like to do that. I've presented these projects in the past in a format at the community center by providing, you know, charts and boards and pictures and stuff. And often I don't get a lot of interest. Usually I'm there by myself. And actually I find this format is actually it's nice because I put it right in front of people and they actually see it and I can move it around and I actually kind of like this virtual format as opposed to how it was prior to the pandemic. If there's one good thing about the pandemic, I kind of like this. But no, I haven't really had a lot of public input.
I have a couple questions about the parking, Chris.
Sure.
So on West First Street, there's diagonal parking on the left, and then the just rectangular parking on the right. And there's a space in there that's empty, doesn't have any parking spaces. So I'm wondering why that is.
Well, there's kind of a walking path in there and it's light, so it's hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in on it a bit. So if you look where the hand is here, there's kind of a walking path here. So we left that open. And then there's this is a drive entrance for the current property there, and they have quite a bit of parking, you know, 4 or 5 spaces within their own lot here. And so really the only opportunity for another car is in front of this little flower bed. So there is an opportunity for one more space, but it is kind of a standalone space there that would kind of live by itself. And it could still be there. It's just not depicted in this.
Okay, and then over in the parking area in front of the town hall and Ned's, there, yeah, is there parking there on the triangle numbered 13?
Yes. Yeah, that doesn't change. It's just
okay.
it's just original and staying the same.
And the charging units are where?
They're over by the triangle 5, and
Okay.
they're hard to see, but they're little rectangle boxes over there.
Alrighty.
These larger rectangles are in place for infrastructure for like switch cabinets and transformers. to aid in burying the power lines. And then this larger blocked out area is for snow removal and creating some way to mitigate stormwater.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Any other questions or comments? Sage advice to Chris? Anything?
No, this is Billy. It looks good. I've seen this BZA in here today. I like the diagonal, the multiple parking diagonal there on West First Street, to the west there. And just curious, I think diagonal makes most sense for the one ways. Diagonal versus just perpendicular, was there just loss of maybe like one parking spot on each of those stretches? They're pretty minimal loss.
Are you asking what the loss is?
Yeah, I think I agree with the diagonal. I'm just curious if it was straight perpendicular, does that add another parking spot on each of those little groups of diagonal?
Yeah,
or not?
Yes, it does. It adds a couple more actually. So the diagonal does reduce parking, and honestly, it's a matter of painting. The only change here is this curb on the north side by where the liquor store currently is angled to match the other spaces. In the future, if it was desired to square them up, we could. And yeah, you would add a couple spaces. They're not as easy to pull into as many of us have probably noticed. And even here in the visitor center parking lot, we had a concept of just perpendicular parking. And again, you actually get more spaces that way. However, they're just not as user friendly.
Mm-hmm. I like it all in all. It looks good.
Hey, anything else? I guess the next question, Chris, is what's the timeline? What's the next steps? What's the schedule?
So the BOT has directed me to try to get more public input as much as I can over the next month. And like I said, I've got it in the paper and I'm reaching out to you guys just to make sure that these changes are clear to the public and to the various boards. And then I'll bring it back in front of the BOT again for their blessing to submit for the first stage of CDOT's review, which is what they call an FIR, and is essentially, it's one of their acronyms, but it's essentially a 30% design review. So we're kind of at the spot where we've landed on this version that we like, and we're going to allow CDOT to give us their input on it and make sure it meets their requirements for the grant funding and so forth. And that will happen at the end of February.
Okay. Well, it sounds like if anyone has any additional input or comments, to send those to Chris. You've got about another month. So, but appreciate you going over this again. It's really coming along. Very good work.
Thanks. I appreciate you listening to me again and giving me all your comments. It's all helpful, and I look forward to making some really significant improvements in this area. And I think it's going to be really nice when it's finally done.
Yep. No, I agree. So, all right. So, anyone has any other comments, they can send them directly to Chris. Thank you. All right. Wow. We're getting late here, but let's just forge ahead here and talk about the next discussion item, which is amendments to Chapter 17, subdivision regulations. And Miranda, I guess you will introduce this topic.
Yep, and really I'm just going to be fast and quick. But before I do, Chris Correa You are the only person I'm waiting for to do the vote for chair and vice chair. So if you can text that to me, that would be great.
I'll try to figure that out.
Thank you. Or you can email me. The when it comes to the subdivisions, really, it's just we're kind of putting it back on you. We had asked you to, from between now, the last meeting and today, to look over the subdivision ordinance recommended changes by this committee, and just let us know if you had any additional recommended changes or suggestions. So that's really the question before the commissioners tonight is there anything else you want to add to this Chapter 17 subdivision ordinance, or do you feel like we are at a place in which we could move this before the Board of Trustees?
Okay, Karen, would you like to, since you and Roger, right, we're the major work. I mean, I worked with Roger to get my comments in, but you worked with Roger closely. Do you want to say anything more about this?
Yeah, Roger and I worked on it, and Jennifer did all of the modifications to the document and probably the bulk of the work. So it simplifies some of the things that we wanted to simplify, like lot line dissolution, moving lot lines, minor subdivisions. Those are parcels that are divided into less than 4 units. And it covers everything in our current code except for the design standards. And as far as the design standards are concerned, everything is included except allocation of public space. And then there's a minor thing like street name signs, traffic control signs, and street lights, which in our current design standards, we say that they have to be provided, constructed, or otherwise caused to occur by the developer. So yeah, we've gone through it quite a few times. So the committee feels pretty good about the result and think that we have everything covered that we need to in it.
Thank you. Jennifer, would you like to add anything? I know you worked hard on it as well.
I don't really have anything significant to add. I think will be helpful, and if it is finally adopted, I think the Planning Commission will appreciate the changes in terms of making clear processes for different types of applications.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Any other Planning Commission members have any comments or last minute input or whatever? I guess the next question would be, what is the schedule or the timeline to send this up to the board?
I just had a quick question, this is Billy. Those certificates at the end, would they all be broken out later as kind of like separate sheets, or were they just kind of run together for the sake of this draft? Or is that just how they would look? Just curious.
I don't understand your question, Billy.
You go to the end of the document, last couple of pages, and all the certificates are kind of just kind of like continuous paragraphs. Aren't they? I mean, are those certificates supposed to be basically your certificate of occupancy or your different certificates, or is it just laying out what would be on those certificates when they are created? Certificate of ownership, certificate of taxes paid. I'm going from the bottom up. Planning and zoning. Will they all be separate sheets, or are they just kind of you fill out the part of it that I don't understand how that layout is. That's my only question.
I think maybe Cynthia or Miranda could answer that question.
So if I'm correct, Attorney Madsen, that this is the standard language that would go on, like some of these would go on plats. We've had a lot of situations in which when it's time to develop the plat, that there's question on what exactly is needed. So am I correct there?
Yes, absolutely. This is language that would be placed on the plat, depending on the circumstances of the approval. And what it does is just really creates consistency on the language. From what I've seen in my experience on the different subdivision applications, there isn't necessarily a form or a standard that the town uses for these approvals. And it's just helpful and makes it easier for everybody to have these. They would be included in the code, and really we would pick and choose which ones are appropriate for the particular circumstances. So to answer your question, Billy, it's they wouldn't all run together. It's more of on the plat, there would be a determination, does this plat need a Board of Trustees certificate? Does this plat need a Planning and Zoning Commission certificate? So that type of thing. And
they're basically template certificates,
yes,
and they're all laid out here in the standard and then in the ordinance, and then but they would be broken out depending on what was applicable to that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Otherwise, it looks great, a lot more concise than before.
Anything else?
Yeah. Jennifer, when we give this to the Board of Trustees, will it be with all of the edits in here, or will it be a document that's just the result of the modifications that were made?
I think it makes sense to just have it be a clean document that's provided to the Board of Trustees.
Okay.
I know that the Board of Trustees prefers, at least Trustee Coombs Ismail prefers the redlined version. So I think typically what we do with the board is have a redlined and a clean. I'm thinking, Jennifer, that we'll want to do the same.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Yes.
I was wanting to note that when I went through the draft, it was extremely helpful to know what changed, since I'm not really familiar with what was the norm, and it would be very helpful to know how what was the norm before it was changed, and then see the change. So that's why the marked up version is helpful.
However, the version that was marked up is not our current version.
Right.
It comes from another source. And where does it come from, Jennifer?
Well, it's a subdivision regulations that have been used in other municipalities. I think most recently the town of Blue River started with these subdivision regulations. I don't think that they adopted specifically this, but if you were to see a red line version of the current draft of the subdivision regulations that we're working on in comparison to the existing Chapter 17 subdivision regulations, it would be entirely red.
I agree.
Okay, so it's all a whole cloth where we are essentially reviewing a new set of regulations.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
It will be a repeal and replace.
But but all of the stipulations that are in our current subdivision regulations are included in the new one. So there's nothing that we've left out except the design standard, those two different things in the design standards.
Yeah, I think a number of us compared this new version with what we had to make sure nothing was left out. So it should be fairly complete.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else? All right. Let's see, I think there was a message from Jim. I think if we go after 11, we have to vote to extend. Is that correct?
So if I recall correctly, that's only a ruling for the Board of Trustees and that the Planning Commission never adopted that. But maybe I'm wrong.
That's my recollection as well. It's been talked about, and I think, of course, you guys would like to end by 11, but I don't think there's ever been an official. Well, and with the staff report, I was just going to suggest that everyone can read it. And then if you have questions, just contact us.
Okay, unless you, Karen, you want to just quickly, any particular highlights that you want to make sure that that you want to bring out, that would be fine too, briefly, of course.
Well, you know, I have a COVID update, but by the time I write it and it gets posted, it's already outdated. But vaccinations are happening. There's over 20,000 already in the county that have been vaccinated with at least one dose. And I think we're at about 4,000 now of people who have received 2 doses. There's a lot of information about COVID, and I do suggest you read through that. The numbers are actually improving. You know, things are actually trending down. We're looking pretty good right now. There is an anticipation that there might be another surge because the schools have gone back into in-person and the universities are going back into in-person as well. But for right now, our numbers are looking really good. The county did submit an application for the 5-star program, which I think I talked to you about last month, which is an opportunity potentially for businesses to be able to operate at even less restrictive numbers, but based on very intense criteria that goes beyond what the health order actually asks for and requires. So these are businesses that are going above and beyond in order to make their space very safe and their services very safe. So we'll see if the state approves that application. We're thinking that the county should hear back on that relatively soon. I know there's been a lot of folks asking to get vaccinations up here, but it's very tricky. The biggest thing is a limited supply that doesn't even meet the demand that we have already. And for this week, for some reason, we only got 800 doses, which is way below what we've been getting. And they really haven't been told why the state got so much less than anticipated. But hopefully that will get sorted out. And the anticipation is that we'll start to get more vaccinations for the state, upwards of 100,000 per week, beginning, I believe, in February. They did get almost all of the first, you know, the high risk frontline workers in healthcare and all of the long-term care facilities, in my understanding, in the state have now received the vaccinations, and they're working now on, and most of the first responders have as well in our county, and now working on the 1B population and the people over 70. And the goal is to have all the people, or 70% of the people over 70 vaccinated by the end of February. And of course, they're have become a priority because 78% of the fatalities in our state have been people over 70. So the news is trending better. Hopefully we're going to see a surge of vaccinations. There are vaccines coming into the state. There are 3 new vaccines that are are close to being approved. And one of them in particular, the Johnson & Johnson one, only requires 1 dose and requires refrigeration instead of the super freeze, which has made it very difficult to transport
these vaccines safely and store them safely, which is why it's been difficult to try to get a clinic up here. But Boulder County is still working on that. They're considering mobile units or pop-up units or what have you, and they understand it's a real need in our community. So anyways, that's probably about all I'll share at this point, and there's lots of links and places you can go to get the most up-to-date information.
So Karen, can you give us a feel for how the local businesses are doing as this thing has continued? Are they surviving?
I'll tell you that some of them are doing just fine. Others have really struggled. I will tell you our tax revenue is still trending up. We're at about 7% above where we were last year, which is kind of a surprise for all of us. So it's a mix. You know, some have just struggled and others have just come up with innovative ways, or they're meeting a real need and figured out a way to provide their services. So it's kind of a mix. Now we have had several funding mechanisms to provide support for the businesses, both through the DDA and through the town, through our CARES Act funding and partnerships we have with Boulder County. I think all of you know that the Boulder County Commissioners actually reallocated $150,000 of their CARES money to our town so we could distribute that amongst the businesses. And I would say that, you know, those infusions of funding have made a big difference for many of our businesses. And I don't know, Miranda, you might have your finger on the pulse if there's a certain percentage of businesses who are even considering closing down, but I haven't heard of any.
No, we really haven't. I mean, there's a lot of funding opportunities for businesses. And so I think town, in collaboration with the DDA, have done a great job of finding different avenues that will work for different business types, whether it's funding locally that we've received. In December, we distributed $150,000 to businesses who had loss of revenue. So just continuing to be a resource for them. The goal is to not have them close. So finding creative ways to help them stay alive, and that might also be like website design. We're doing whatever we can to assist them, but no business at this time has indicated they will be closing.
So, Karen, do you think the increase in the tax revenue is due to maybe online sales?
That's part. Yep, because it would have been October of 2019, I believe, or November of 2019 was when it was passed to increase, you know, sales tax revenue for online purchases. But I think that some of our businesses are actually doing really well, like ACE and BNF, and some of the places where folks who are now working at home up in the mountains, they're actually spending more money up in the mountains. They're not going down below to go shopping like we all used to do. I mean, for people who are traveling down to work in, you know, Boulder, Lafayette, wherever, they would also shop down there. And now they're actually keeping their money up here. So I think it's a combination of things. Also, we see like our consumption industries are doing really well. So, you know, whether it's your marijuana or your beer or your whatever, and even gas, you know, people are staying up here. So they're buying their gas up here rather than getting it down below where they save, you know, 10 cents a gallon or whatever. So I think it's a combination of people who are working from home, definitely that law changing with taxes, sales tax related to deliveries. And then I do think there's just a bunch of people in town who want the businesses to survive. So they're making sure they get to the co-op or they get to the retail up here, which has been great.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly been an interesting dynamic, that's for sure, in many ways.
It sure has.
So anything else, Karen, on anything else in there's some public
Well,
works updates, but those are all pretty well spelled out.
yeah. I mean, I did start off the report just recognizing the entire staff. We've had a very tough year, you know, with the pandemic and the wildfires and the house explosion. And our staff, you know, we've been short staffed and short on resources, and everyone, all the departments operated at a 10% or 15% budget cuts, contingency budgets. And I just really want to call out the amazing job that they've all done, from public works to our police department to the planning department, really doing an amazing job even during the pandemic and still, you know, providing those kind of services. And it's just a real honor to work with this great team.
Well said. Thank you very much. Okay, we're about the bewitching hour. Is there any other business that we need to discuss?
Cynthia is going to give the update
Yes,
on the chair by
Hey.
You bet. Okay. So we have the tally, and we have 7 votes for Steve Williams as the chair. We have a split with a majority of votes for vice chair. We have 5 votes for Jim Reese, and we have 2 votes for Karen Blakemore. So we would need to take a motion second, and a roll call vote real quick, just to ensure the election of officers. And I think we could do this as one vote, and we could just vote on both of these positions, unless Attorney Madsen wants to clarify that she would like separate votes for, you know, the chair position and a separate vote for the vice chair. I'll just note that Trustee Taylor was not present for it, so he abstained from that vote.
It's probably cleaner if you do it by 2 separate motions. One for vice chair and one for chair.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
So who makes the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Anyone would like to make it?
Oh, do I gotta?
Who is that?
The whole thing?
Is that Billy?
To make the motion, yeah. Do I just make the motion that, you know, for Steve unanimously and Jim is the majority?
Yeah. Let's do. We'll do the full. How about we do the full motion? We'll do the motion in the second and take the vote real quick for the chair, and then we'll do the same for the vice chair. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
That works.
Okay, so I make a
Okay, great. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion that we vote on Steve Williams for chair. So we want to do them one at a time. So that's all I heard.
I second Jim Reed.
Yeah. Do we have a second? Awesome. Thank you, Jim. We are going to go down alphabetically, so we'll do this quickly. We'll start with Commissioner Blakemore on the election of the chair. Steve Williams is the chair. Thank you. And Commissioner Giblin?
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Herring?
Yes.
Commissioner Perret?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Williams, did you want to vote or abstain?
I'll abstain. Or vote no, one of the two.
Steve, motion passes, and then we will go through the next one, and we'll go backwards through the alphabetical. So on the election of vice chair, as noted, there were 5 votes for Jim Reese and 2 votes for Karen Blakemore. Do we have a motion for vice chair?
I move that we we elect Jim Reese for vice chair.
Awesome. Okay. I will take that motion, Commissioner Blakemore. And do we have a second?
I'll second, Billy.
Okay, thank you. And then we're going to go backwards through this. So we'll start with Steve Williams.
Yes.
And I did not ask Trustee Taylor. Did he want? I didn't ask him on the chair position. Did he want to vote for that?
Thank you. No, I'll abstain.
I think he can. Okay, did you want to abstain from both of these?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll just mark you down on that then. Thanks. Sorry about that for overlooking you. You are an important part of our commission. So from Vice Chair Williams, we go next to Jim Reese. Did you want to vote or abstain? Okay. Abstain. We will go to Commissioner Perret.
What's up?
Would you like to vote to approve Jim Reese as the vice chair?
Okay.
Okay.
Thought Karen would be better.
Okay. Okay. Did you want to vote? Did you want to abstain? Did you want to?
I'll abstain.
You want to abstain? Okay. I believe we have enough people here to cover abstentions. We have Commissioner Herring next.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Glasser.
Yes.
Commissioner Giblin.
Given that you got the majority, I'll go yes.
And Commissioner Blakemore.
Yes.
All right. Motion passes for Vice Chair Jim Reese. So we have a bit of a different setup here. Awesome. Congratulations, everyone. And wow, it's really late. Does anyone have the capacity to think anymore?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, I heard it. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I'm going to presume all in favor unless anyone wants to oppose or abstain and keep chatting.
We'll override them.
Okay, that sounds like a full board vote there. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for holding on through this very long. I appreciate all the attendance from public, town staff, and all of you awesome people.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Motion adjourns at 11:08 p.m.